Goeiemorgen and good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Friday. It is weekend. I know to a lot of you that means a lot, and to others not so much. Because some people work on weekends. But it's Friday, and it's a new day, and it's going to be a beautiful day. My name is Lisa, and I will be your naturalist monitoring the different waterholes today. And of course, I am, as always, super excited for this stunning day. How can we not be if we have this many animals already at the start of Escape to Nature? Now, of course, as we are watching these beautiful general game in the lovely Okokoyo in Namibia, remember all of this is live. And of course, we are technically on a safari. So please do send through your questions, your comments, your suggestions. We absolutely love hearing from you as naturalists. So please do get in touch with us throughout the journey of Escape to Nature. And let me know what you would like to look for today. I really do hope we get a lot of activity here today. Hopefully at Gowrie Dam in Djuma as well. And of course some of our other locations if the weather permits it. But I do believe it is going to be an awesome day. I was just about to say, the zebras are not as rowdy yet this morning, but there they go, talking away. And of course just, really announcing themselves to one another when they are fighting, whether it's the stallions with one another, the mares within harems. Some kicking going on. And you can see right in the middle of all of the zebras or some wildebeests, the blue wildebeests. And it really is incredible just to see such an influx of animals at this beautiful location again. I cannot tell you how happy I am about that. And again, as always, I am hoping for some elephants today. We do of course have lions in Djuma as well, so hopefully they come out for us. Right now we don't have visual of them. So we can't see them, they are behind brushes. But luckily Okokoyo is wide open and we can see everything happening here. Rishon, good morning. Oh, thank you for that beautiful comment saying that I am lively and lovely. Believe me, if you see me when I wake up, you wouldn't have the same comments. But luckily coffee is a wonderful thing. And how can we not be lively and lovely when we are looking at all of this happening right in front of our eyes? It is just so incredible. I was telling my better half last night as well, there's really so much that I can just talk about every single evening, what we saw during the day, whether it was busy at the waterholes or not, but specifically every single day, coming, watching these different cameras and the waterholes and just knowing that we have no idea what's going to happen today. For me personally, I had no idea that we are going to be having lions in Djuma today. So as I say, hopefully if everything goes well, we will get to see them. Hopefully they'll get a bit active and move and come for water. But it really is already such an incredible day. And you can see it's nice and sunny in Okokoyo. Hopefully it stays this way today. Well, I say that, but again, I'm sort of torn. I really hope we get a proper rainstorm here again, just to give some life to the vegetation again. But all of that being said, when it rains, it might become very quiet again, because then the animals won't need to just really come here. So I don't really know. should we be selfish and, be grateful that it's a sunny day, or should we just hope for some rain for the animals? Earth Lover, good morning. Good to hear from you. You are saying this water looks so refreshing. I know, does it not? It really is. I can understand why all of the animals are here, seriously. And this is, as we know, a man-made water hole. So the conservation management is in fact able to fill it up if need be. But thankfully, especially now, there's a lot of activity in the water again, because if a water hole, whether it's man-made or natural, if it becomes stagnant for too long, then it's not as refreshing for the animals. But luckily, as you can see, all of these animals are stirring the pot on the daily the past few days, which is wonderful for them. But I really am hoping that we just see some elephants. I really do. And if we don't, that's fine. We see a lot of elephants in our other locations, but I think for my soul personally, I would just feel better knowing that they are all right. I really want to know how that very, very tiny one is doing that we saw about 2 months ago. Oof, 2 months, that's a long time. But that being said, I'm sure they are all doing well. Elephants are, of course, very resilient animals and very resourceful. They will travel kilometers and kilometers if they need to really get to water. So I'm sure there is water elsewhere that they can also go to. And you can imagine, of course, there's not a lot of vegetation, especially now again for them. So they are probably just seeking some greener pastures in the beautiful Etosha National Park. Now, as I'm sure many of you know, these zebras that we are currently watching, this is your most common zebra in Africa, which is referred to as the Birdshaw zebra, or people also refer to them as the plain zebra. Now, in terms of, their diet and their movements and their social structure, there's not a lot of difference between these zebras and the Cape Mountain zebra. But these guys specifically, when you are looking at their actual patterns, their stripes follow right through under their belly, whereas your Cape Mountain zebra, it sort of stops on the side. They've got a white belly. But I have to say, when I was working at Disney, I don't think I've ever heard a question more in my life. Is a zebra black with white stripes or white with black stripes? I think really in my life, not just at Disney, on safari, specifically when you've got international guests, that really is the one question on everyone's lips. But just to put your mind at ease, they are in fact black. The actual skin is black. And there are a lot of hypotheses around why they have this white and black markings. It is for camouflage, it is for thermoregulation. There are so many reasons for that, but I have to be honest with you. If I had the ability to create an animal, this and a giraffe is probably the last thing I personally would think of. And I think I've got a rather creative mind, but still, I would definitely not come up with this. A pajama donkey. They are just incredible animals. It's one of my favorite animals to photograph on safari. I've really been very fortunate to get some stunning photographs of them. But they don't even have to be doing anything in themselves, just like a giraffe and a leopard. It's a very iconic animal, just to look at, I guess, really like anything, an elephant, a lion.
Explorers, it's time for another town hall. Join us as we catch up with our founder, Graham Wallington, to hear his updates on all things Wild Earth. And as always, your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. So send in your questions, feedback, criticisms, and suggestions, and Graham will respond to you in real time.
Thank you very much for joining me on this town hall.
See you there.
And if you look carefully, we've got some impala lambs as well. I think it was about 4 or 5 days ago. I literally got so excited. It was on Sunset Safari and I was monitoring the camera, and I immediately let FC know, we've got our first impala lambs. Which, you know, is a fairly common thing during this time of the year, as we know by now. But specifically for Okukoyo, I had not yet seen them, as these animals do give birth a little bit later. They receive their rainfall a little bit later, so everything is just a slight bit different. And again, you know, that just is so incredible. But yesterday we were chatting a little bit about weather patterns as well, and how it's really been rapidly changing. And I know specifically for us in South Africa and the whole of the country, really, for the past, I think it's been 2-3 weeks now, we've really had consecutive rainfall. Not all over the country, but in a lot of parts, you know, where for consecutive days it had been raining, just like you've been seeing in a lot of our other locations as well. Which is wonderful for Mother Nature. But I think for us as humans, you know, we always think about, oh no, my car or my house, all of these materialistic things, which of course we should be worried about, you know, to life. But then you look at Mother Nature, all of these animals, they just carry on. They find some shelter, shake the rain off. I know I've told you guys this story quite a few times, but my previous reserve my very first reserve that I guided on in the Waterbergs, we had 2 weeks of consecutive rain. Now, it wasn't a hard downpour, but it was like that slight drizzle, and that is really what gets you soaking wet, and that is what's best for Mother Nature. But along with all of that, it wasn't very warm because it cooled down a little bit, and here as we entered the second week, it was really getting chilly. And after all of that rainfall we had, we lost a lot of general game, specifically antelopes, kudus and impalas. But they literally, I think they just died of the cold. Because as we've seen, when it is overcast or when it's drizzling a lot of your animals will find shelter and they'll just sort of regurgitate. But you can only rechew your cud for that many times. And so the animals weren't really moving around and getting new nutrition in, because just like us, I don't know about all of you, but for me personally, I am the most useless person when it is overcast or raining. I literally just want to lie in bed and do as little as possible. I'm one of those weird people. I will rather be way too hot as opposed to being cold at all. And the animals too, they just sort of chilled it out for 2 weeks, and unfortunately we lost a lot of animals in that season. But again, Mother Nature is all about survival of the fittest and natural selection, of course. So all of these things test the animals and makes them see how resilient and strong they actually are.
Jag kanske ska ta det köpt.
Danny, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. What's the highest amount of zebras we've seen here? So, Danny, we've counted, the one time we attempted, we counted 70, around more or less around there. However, that being said, it's difficult because it's different harems that aggregate together and they sort of come and go as they please. So then it makes it a little bit difficult. But also, to us that can see perfectly, it really is incredible when you think about it. But it becomes confusing, all of those stripes, it's just black and white and they camouflage with the rock so well. But tell you what, Danny, we'll try again today and see how many we can count. But to date, as we actually attempted, it was actually around 70 or so. But we'll definitely try again today. literally every time, just as I want to say, they have calmed down a little bit now, the zebras. Someone in the background is like, no, we are still here. Whoop, whoop. I like them. They are truly fascinating animals, even in terms of their social structures. And it really is so amazing that when you look at all of the animals, you know, elephants that form herds, lions that form prides, animals that form harems like zebras and a lot of your antelope. It's so amazing to think that Mother Nature does not create it in a way that, all right, everyone's got a pride or everyone's got a herd and there's a matriarch. There's all of these different dynamics and somehow it all just works. Ellie girl, I love your name. You would like to know that, or if I worked with little Kanyisa. I did. I was in the very, very, very fortunate position to have worked there at Herd. Not at Herd specifically, but being involved there as well. And what an experience. Can I just tell you the journey about little Kanyisa? So for those of you that are wondering, Kanyisa is a pink elephant and she's in Hoedspruit at the Elephants Rehabilitation and Development Center. And it really is incredible what they do there, you know, because there's a lot of, if you think about it, there's a lot of rhino orphanages and growing by the day in Africa, not just in South Africa, but all over Africa. And, you know, they really started this initiative of, yes, it's great, but what are we doing for the elephants? Whether the mother got poached or, you know, whether it's a baby that lost the herd or whatever the case was. And when they found little Kanyisa, she looked like we were very sensitive about it in the beginning, but she looked like the Joker. Because she had a wire right through her mouth all the way up to her ears. So her whole face was literally cut up. And I remember, you know, when they used to put ointment and everything and treatment and all of that on her, it looked so cute because she's this little pink elephant and she had all of this green ointment on her. She really looked very funny. And she is probably one of the most tenacious elephants I've ever worked with. And so Kanyisa slowly started healing, and the reason she's a pink elephant, she's actually what a lot of people would refer to as an albino. Now, nothing different about her or anything like that, but she's just got a lack of melanin, which is dark pigmentation, so she's just a little bit lighter. And she had these beautiful, beautiful amber eyes. And white eyelashes and white at the tip of her tail. It really, she's an incredible little elephant. Well, I can't really say little. I saw a photo of her the other day. And I was also speaking to one of my friends and my former colleagues that still works there. And he told me, you know, she's taller than he is already. And he's not a very short person. So she really has come such a long way. But anyway, then Kanyisa got treated. Every day they had to go walk her, and we would take her for walks, and she loved cuddles. But when you went to go walk with her, you literally had to take an umbrella because we didn't want the sun to be too harsh on her sensitive skin. And yes, Kanyisa got introduced to a beautiful herd in Hoedspruit on a private game reserve. And now she's literally thriving. She's living with the herd. She was very clever actually. When we initially introduced her to the herd, she would literally by herself, because now you're with a whole herd of elephants. You can't walk with her with the umbrella the whole time. But she was so clever. She would just go stand under the big bulls or under the big cows and just sort of get some of their shade. So really just, she is an incredible elephant. But again, as we speak about a lot of the times, there are so many amazing organizations all over Africa, not just for elephants, but for rhinos and for cheetahs and for pangolins. It really makes my heart so warm, and I wish we could do more, you know, just have more of these organizations or have more volunteers. And I know I say this a lot, but I really urge you, if you are not involved. Just educate yourself a little bit, even if it just means following a couple of websites or social media pages. Because I promise you, the more we know, the more we want to know, and the more you want to help, especially if you're a wildlife enthusiast. Now, I really think that goes for anything in life. The more you know, whether it's about helping people or even just something as simple as doing better at your job, the more you know, the more you want to know, and the more you want to do. But thank you, Ellie Girl. I always love talking about Khanyisa. There's another elephant in that specific herd as well, Tamisa. And Tamisa is also now huge. But Tamisa specifically, so she was also introduced into the herd. She actually had a shorter journey in captivity, rehabilitation, if you want to call it that, before she got introduced to the herd. Khanyisa was, of course, a little bit more sensitive with her scars and with her skin situation. But Tamisa specifically was very, very adorable. So there is this one elephant carer, Kevin. And we don't know why, but Tamisa decided this is my person when we got her initially. And so she was introduced to the herd, and she would move with the herd. And Kevin the one day was just moving through the bush as they were browsing. The elephants were doing their thing in the wild. And Kevin had picked up some marulas. And he literally, I promise you, it wasn't a loud call or anything. He literally just said, Tamisa. And that elephant came bolting through the bush. And Kevin just gave her some marulas. And they both carried on with their day. But it was I literally just got goosebumps as I told you that story. But that was such an incredible experience to see as well. But there really is. I've been fortunate to work with a lot of animals up close, where we've had to dart lions, a female lion that broke a leg, cheetahs that had to be relocated back into the wild after rehabilitation. One of my former colleagues actually had a bush baby that fell out of a tree, and he was also fortunate to help this bush baby and put it back into the wild. But a lot of incredible things I've been able to experience, and I really am so, so grateful for all of that. Everyone is leaving now. And just like that, it calms down again. We've at least got an oryx saying good morning to us. But let me know what you are looking forward to, or perhaps if you have any questions. I always love chatting about not my rehabilitation, but the rehabilitation I was very fortunately involved in with a lot of animals, really. If you have any questions or any comments or anything in particular that you are hoping to see today, let me know. I love hearing from all of you. It really does make my day. So definitely send through your questions or your comments, even suggestions. If you're saying, Lisa, move the camera to the left, please, you are more than welcome to do that. Nandi, good morning. You would like to know what other rehabilitation stories can I tell that was successful? Well, definitely, I think my ultimate favorite is probably, with the elephants that I got to work with, and even specifically with that particular herd. So there's one beautiful elephant. He really was such a gentle giant in this specific herd that I'm referring to, and his name was Fishan. And the one day they were out in the bush browsing, doing their thing, and Fishan, unfortunately, on the reserve stepped into a manhole, and unfortunately he did fracture some of his ligaments, and Fishan actually had to get a cast. Now please quickly just picture this, an elephant walking around with a cast. Needless to say, it took Fishan, I think, about 3 days to break that cast off. Obviously, just like they do with their tusks and a lot of other things. He started rubbing it against rocks and trees and posts and all sorts of things. Because I can imagine, it must have itched just like we. If you have a cast on your arm or on your leg, it's annoying. Can you imagine your 5-ton animal having to walk around with that thing? And I have to say the herd was so understanding. They knew that one of our members has an injury. We have to walk slower. We have to take things easy. Just like elephants do, when there's a new baby elephant. They know we can't move as quickly as we generally do. We have to take things easy. We have to make sure everyone's all right and comfortable. So Fishan got a second cast. And then, luckily, slowly but surely, it started to heal. I think it was on for a couple of months, actually. But I know the second cast, one of my very good friends, Skulk, was actually heavily involved with a vet in terms of designing it and really making it more comfortable for him. And yes, by using that, Fishan actually healed. And he's still got like a little bit of crookedness when he is walking on that one specific leg, but not a lot. And that again just goes to show how amazing the relationship between animals and humans can be. And I think so often, well, really too often, we sort of blur the lines. And I think a lot of the times, it's to our own benefit and advantage, because we try to tell ourselves, no, but this is what's going to be best for the animals. Like a lot of places that I've spoken about, people that are exploiting animals for their own benefit, their own wealth. A lot of these places that you can visit and see and pet and touch lion cubs and all of that, but I'm not going to go too much into that. Nandi, you were asking about my successful stories that I've gotten to witness. There was also a black rhino. Oof, I have to really recollect my thoughts here now, because this was, I think, 11 years ago. So my very first reserve that I was officially working on, there was a black rhino, and I'm not going to mention her name because she is a fairly famous rhino. She had a very successful story. just like our beautiful Tandi and some of our other locations and some of our other rhinos. And this rhino was a very, very big victim of poaching. So in terms of her horns, her whole face was gashed up. You know, of course, the poachers, when they take a horn, they use machetes and saws and all sorts of horrible things. Horrible things. And so anyway, I wasn't directly involved with her rehabilitation and relocation, all of that. However, what I did get to witness is when I started guiding, she was released onto the reserve. And of course, I followed her story and everything. And when we got to see her on the reserve, it was the most incredible thing. Because of course we learn and we are told that black rhinos are more aggressive than white rhinos and everything. But this specific female had such a gentle personality. Don't get me wrong, she was not to be provoked or anything. That would be the wrong move. But she really just wanted to do her own thing. You know, if you did see her on drive, we gave her space. We made sure, like you're supposed to do with any animal, but with her it was really, you made sure you gave her a lot of space. Because you can imagine, if you have been attacked by humans, if you heard a vehicle and you immediately think of that time that this is the time that I almost lost not only my horn, my whole face. And I'm not saying that animals can definitely recollect that specific day and all of that, but they definitely do know. They pick up on the sounds, they pick up on the smells. Animals are not stupid. But this black rhino was so incredible, and it really was just so amazing to see her thriving in the wild and to be able to tell guests on safari, this is her story, this is why she's so amazing, and this is why we are so fortunate to see her. But of course we are fortunate to see all of these beautiful animals. But for now I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's in Kariga.
Thanks, Lisa, and good morning, everybody. Wow, it's just so great to be back in the bush in a whole new location, Madikwe Game Reserve. And I think myself and Rian, we're going to have a lot of good times out here because everything is different for us out here. So definitely excited for that. And we stopped here at Chikudu Dam. We're just hoping to see what birds we can see. Maybe some animals are going to come down to drink. And we're just going to play it by ear just for now and just see what's going to happen for now. All right, morning again. Hello, everybody. My name is Andrew, and I have Rian behind the camera. It is a pleasure to be back, and I hope you have all been well. I have missed you all, and yeah, I'm going to be here for at least 12 days, so we've got some time together, which I'm quite chuffed about. And yeah, Madikwe, a whole brand new game reserve for me. I was here 12 years ago for about 6 weeks doing a freelance stint, and to be back here, it is always a pleasure to return back to a game reserve. So the excitement levels are definitely up there. Yeah, let's... Sorry
about that. Apologies, that is not Nick and that is not Kariga. That is Andrew in the beautiful Madikwe. So we will be having a good 2 weeks or so in Madikwe with Andrew, but I do apologize about that. As we've mentioned, we are having some technical difficulties. The rain we've had. So again, as I say, it's not always ideal for us, but definitely ideal for the animals when there is rain. Sorry about that, everyone. That was not Nick and that was not Karega. That was Lisa's silly mistake. My apologies. But sorry for losing Andrew. As we've been mentioning the past couple of days, rain does make it difficult. So we will try to get them back as soon as we can. And looking forward to the next 2 weeks. Andrew in Madikwe, new location. I think it's going to be very exciting. But we've got some more zebras arriving. And it really just, it thrills me to see that all of the animals are slowly returning to this beautiful waterhole. This oryx is not sure what it wants to do with its life. That's fine, oryx, you do you. Everyone's got a different timeline. Figure yourself out. Do it your way. Just trying to think what other success stories I have. There are so many. There really are so many. I think for now what we'll do is we can head on over to Djuma so I can show you half of an ear of a lion. And hopefully they'll come out for us later today. Alrighty, now what you will need for this next safari experiment is a magnifying glass and a lot of imagination. So we've got, of course, the guari bush that we are looking at. Then, it's very tricky. Luckily, we've got some amazing zoomies that pointed this out to me. Otherwise, I would have no idea where to look. But right between these two bushes or these two brushes, there is one lion, and it's tricky to see now, but we could see the flicking of the ear earlier on, but I suspect they are probably lying down again. So they are still around, and as always I will definitely keep my eye on the waterhole and everything else just to see that they are not moving away from us or trying to evade us. But they are literally right behind this bush, which is definitely more than we can say for what we have been able to say the past few weeks, for me personally at least. I have not had lions in a very long time on the dam cams. So it really is wonderful that we are looking at a leaf now. But I can confirm that they were still here. As I mentioned, when the zoomie initially pointed it out to me, we just saw the flicking of an ear of a female, and I suspect they probably just lie down, because you can see there's a nice breeze, it's not hot. I'm hoping for their sake that it's not humid. However, that being said, that would also not be the worst thing for us, because when you are hot, you need to quench your thirst and stay hydrated. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. I'm not sure how many of them are here, but we will definitely keep our eyes peeled on this for the day. But for now, let us have a look-see, see if anything else is around. Alrighty, I think we're going to go back to Okukuyo. Sorry about that. The weather is not our friend. But as I say, we can control a lot of things, but we can't always control everything, which is fine. We'll definitely try to get our dam cam back at Gowrie Dam. See what we can do. I'm wondering, I would not be surprised if those lions paid off one of our technicians and told them, listen, at this moment we want to walk, but we need you to freeze the camera so that nobody sees us when we do it, and they'll still think that we are still around. No, I'm just kidding. Animals are animals, weather is weather, and we try to do as much as we can. But look how beautiful this is. The oryx finally made a decision in its life. I will perhaps cool off the legs, go for a swim. Ooh, one of the other stories I can definitely tell you. It's not necessarily a success story in terms of, the animal was brutally attacked and we rehabilitated it, but for me it was definitely a success story. So this is the story of Chutney. So Chutney was an African grey parrot at one of the rehabilitation centres on this specific reserve that I used to guide on previously. And Chutney was not the friendliest bird, I think, at all in the world. He had this very, very feisty attitude, and he would try and bite you if you just walk past him. So I never personally liked Chutney. Whenever I got to the rehabilitation centre to go show guests, not just Chutney, but some of the other animals they had there. And the one day I get back to the lodge and I enter our office. And who's here? Here sits Chutney, talking away, doing his thing. And I literally said to our lodge managers, what is that bird doing here? I was infuriated. Which, just purely because I could never get to have a relationship with him or understand him or anything. But again, I didn't spend enough time with him. So they said, no, Chutney is living here now. This is now what is happening. And Chutney is now one of our friends here at the lodge. And I said, oh, that's lovely. And, every single day I would chat to Chutney and try to make friends with him. But he literally, as I say, he would bite anything that came remotely close to him. Now, he was a fully grown African grey parrot. And the one day I had a horrible safari. Things didn't go the way we were planning to. And it was just one of those days, when you walk past the door and everything nicks your jacket and you can't open a bottle, everything's just going wrong. And I came back from drive and I walked up to Chutney and he came forward to nick me, to bite me. And I said to him, no, you will stop your nonsense now. And he sort of just sat upright and I held out my hand and the bird got onto my hand. And from that day, Chutney and I were best friends. So he would literally in the afternoons, if I had an hour or so free and I would take a nap, he would literally go nap with me in my room. As soon as I came from safari, he immediately came out and he would get onto my shoulder. And as I was driving my vehicle around from the from the area where we dropped guests to, the actual garages where we kept our safari vehicles, Chutney would drive with me, and no, his wings were not clipped. So he could fly away if he wanted to. But he would just sit with me. I would tell him about safari. He would nap with me. If I had lunch, he wanted to stay with me. And of course, at night when I had to put him back, he was the most upset animal probably in Africa. But we became the best friends. Now, unfortunately, Chutney is no longer with us. During lockdown, a wildcat got to him. But for me, that was definitely a success story because I was able to tame the beast. But it really just, I miss him a lot. And he really was an incredible animal. Darcy Miller, good morning. I hope you are doing well. You would like to know about the poaching incident of Bonnie and Clyde in the Eastern Cape. Now, Darcy Miller, I don't have a lot of information with regards to direct intel. When I do get, information about these sort of incidents, I am fortunate to still be in contact with a lot of people that, are in the areas. But for me personally, apart from our naturalists, Andrew, Trishala, Tess, I don't have a lot of contact in the Eastern Cape. However, what I can do is I can read you an article and, give you the basic information about what happened. And then we can discuss that a little bit later. Just a fair warning, if I do get emotional, I apologize. You guys know what I get like when it comes to these sort of things. But Bonnie and Clyde were two white rhinos, and they actually survived a poaching attack 9 years ago. But unfortunately, they have been killed on a private game reserve in the Eastern Cape last week. Now, again, they did have names because they were rehabilitated into the reserve. And so a lot of, people still refer to, just like we have Thandi on Amakala, and a lot of the other rhinos and animals that we work with. So their names were Bonnie and Clyde. And they were actually discovered during a game drive. Now, the actual game ranger that found them said they were attacked sometime between 10 o'clock on Wednesday evening when they were last seen on a night drive 5 o'clock on Thursday. And on Thursday, their carcasses were discovered, but mostly in the early hours of Thursday morning is when it happened. He added that they had been shot with high-powered rifles, killed and dehorned. It's a hell of a blow to the reserve, to the area, the industry and the species. Even if we remove the horns, in this area, rhinos are poached for whatever bit of horn is left. 2 other rhino poaching incidents were believed to have occurred in the surrounding area in the same week. The ranger says that the ranger actually declined to provide details of the other incidents, but confirmed that the incidents were being investigated by the Eastern Cape Anti-Poaching Unit. The poachers are very well organized. They will usually hit 2 or 3 reserves in a week and then leave the area for a while. Eastern Cape Police spokesperson Colonel Priscilla Naidu could not confirm any further incidents in the area. Oh, sorry. Now, the reserve owners said, of course, it had been too traumatic and heartbreaking. They didn't want to comment on the situation. But Bonnie and Clyde survived a poaching attack 9 years ago. Bonnie was pregnant then, but the rhino fetus was subsequently aborted. She never had any offspring. Sorry. Now, Environment Minister Barbara Creasy said in the media statement on Tuesday that 451 rhinos were killed in the past year, 3 fewer than in the previous year. Now, the other day, I don't know... let me just recollect myself. The other day, I don't know if you guys remembered, I also referred to... a lot of the rhinos that we've lost in the past year in KwaZulu-Natal specifically. But Darcy, this is, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, we've had this discussion a lot, but this is unfortunately what happens. Rhinos are killed whether they are dehorned or not, and this is the internal conflict I have with myself on a daily basis. Because a lot of people are saying, well, just dehorn the rhinos, then there will be no problem. But even when rhinos are dehorned, poachers will go after that little bit of horn and still kill that animal for that. Because if you do yourself a favor and go research the black market in terms of, I'm not saying go onto the black market, just go research, what does rhino horn go for, or just go educate yourself on some articles of poaching and where they've actually interrogated the poachers and where they've been in very, very, very few circumstances where they've been able to actually interrogate the actual lord where the rhino ends up. Because what we don't realize is any poaching that happens, whether it's rhino horn or elephant tusk or anything like that, that person killing the rhino is not the person that's using the horn. There's up to like 7-9 levels. So it goes from the person giving, let's say it's an inside job, the person giving GPS coordinates, to the person actually shooting the rhino, to the person transporting the horn, to the person selling it to the next one. Just like anything else, with drugs, a lot of things that are happening on the black market. It is so difficult to actually get to the true and the real syndicate. And again, like in a case like this, it's heartbreaking. It really is heartbreaking, specifically when you've had a success story of animals that have been victims before. And this was 9 years ago. They've been thriving for 9 years. And now, just like that, because of the stupidity and the arrogance of people, those rhinos are no more. And it really is, Darcy Miller, just to get back to that Bonnie and Clyde situation, it really is so sad to think that it can happen anywhere, anytime. A national park like this, it's all show, of course, we see a lot of black rhino. Whether it's black rhino, white rhino, it doesn't matter. Whether it's a private game reserve, a national park, it really is such a difficult thing to navigate. And as I was mentioning now, on your private game reserves, people say, no, but it's more manageable because it's smaller. Yes, definitely. But remember, if you are the owner, whether you are the only or the sole owner of a private game reserve, or whether you've got partners involved as well, it's your property, it's your problem. So you have to finance the anti-poaching, you have to finance your fences, you have to finance K9 dog units if those are of course available to you. Everything. Whereas national parks, yes, they do have a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of involvement from the government with regards to finances. But now when you're looking at a national park, it's bigger. A lot of them are bigger than a lot of private game reserves. So now it's also becoming trickier with management. There are unfortunately also a lot of inside jobs. I remember the one time we were part of an interrogation. Now it wasn't for rhino poaching, it was for cycads, which is a plant we have in Africa. And we asked the poachers why. And he literally flat out said, because I've got 9 children, I've got 2 wives, and I need to provide somehow. And at the end of the day, that is unfortunately what we are dealing with, what we've been dealing with for years, what we will be dealing with for years. And it's just so sad. The other day I was going through social media as well, and I saw someone posted on one of the Pilanesberg Game Reserve pages that they're just driven past people that are selling tortoises and chameleons and things like that. I know in Congo, pangolins are sold right next to the road. Now, when you start to have this conversation with people, they say, I'm not the one standing on the road and selling the things, nor am I the person stopping to buy them. Yes. But did you just drive past and think, oh, that's horrible? Or did you actually stop, call someone, report it? And it's a difficult thing because, again, those people that are doing these things have others to provide for whatever their reason is. So it could become very violent. But if you see something, say something. In Kruger, for instance, I know a lot of the times there are people getting out of their vehicles, whether it's in a leopard sighting or, just on a random road or in an elephant sighting, and you're probably thinking, no, Lisa, people don't do that, don't be silly. It happens. I remember the very first time I was working in the USA when I saw black bears. Sadly, my very, very first sighting of black bears ever in the wild was with people outside their vehicle. It was in the Smoky Mountains National Park. We were driving through. We saw there was a lot of traffic. And so we stopped and we saw a big mama bear with 2 of her cubs. And I thought, oh, this is awesome. And I kid you not, there were people outside their vehicles. And I actually asked my friends, can you please stop? I want to ask these people what they're doing. And they said, no, but the bears are in the tree. What are they going to do? Alrighty then. And it's the sad thing, the infuriating thing. When something happens, whether it's an elephant flipping a car, a leopard attacking a person and we're hanging with their arm outside the vehicle, whatever the case is, that animal gets euthanized. Because now it's a problem animal. Oh, it's attacked a person now. So now that's the only thing it wants to do. But are we really ever asking, what was that person doing in the first place? I've told you this story before as well, but on my first reserve, this one that I'm referring to of the cycads and of the black rhino that was also a victim of poaching, I remember one of my very first drives. I was a rookie, I just became qualified, so I didn't want to talk a lot on the radio and all of that. And we were in a rhino sighting on the Upper Escarpment. It was beautiful, the plains, and this specific one elephant, rhino, was a very chilled rhino, but like anything or anyone else in life, if you provoked it, if you poke the bear, it's going to attack you. And this one ranger, he was, sorry for saying this, but he was so arrogant, and of course he wanted to impress his guests. And I said to him, "Hi, I'm so sorry to bother you, but I think you're a little bit close." And he literally jumped on the radio and embarrassed me so much. And sadly, on those vehicles we didn't have earpieces, so my guests heard it, everyone heard it. And he said to me, "Who do you think you are? Wada, 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 wada." And he kept going closer. And the next thing, that rhino decided, listen, that's now enough. And he charged the vehicle. He put his horn through the vehicle's front wheel, and he literally stripped the vehicle from its front wheel, ripping off the whole wheel. Not just the actual rubber or the tire, the whole wheel. Now, if an animal can do that, what do you think it's going to do to you if you walk up to it and if you are that arrogant? And that's why I always say, we should be more vigilant. You don't have to wake up in the morning and put on your Superman cape. That is not what conservation and just caring for wildlife is all about. But we do need to start waking up and just, if you see something, say something. If you're in a national park and you see people out of their vehicle, do something about it. Tell the rangers, tell someone. And perhaps you're saying, yes, we've done that numerous times, Lisa, they do nothing about it. Take it further then, see if you can do something about it. This one is 2, if we have anyone else approaching. We are very loud again this morning, but I never complain about them. They've got very, very fascinating calls. Woo! The blacksmith lapwing's creating some drama. So as I mentioned, that is because they are fighting currently. Now that is not just because, you know, they want to announce themselves. Of course, just like when male lions roar, it's to advertise their territory or to tell other males, listen, this is my area. But I think it's also pain. When they are kicking and biting each other and, you know, really going at it. I don't think it's a very fun experience, so that is most probably why they are so super vocal. But all of this right now is just sheer dominance. But as we are watching all of these beautiful animals, I'm sure I don't have to remind any of you, but for those of you that do not know about this yet, we are looking for some incredible footage of wildlife. So please, please, please do send them through. Now when you do this, you can earn money, you can win prizes, you can see your name in the credits. And of course you can share your story with the world. It really is, you know, this is the one thing that I learned specifically last year when I did a lot of blogs on wildlife and everything. There's so much footage out there, and even when I talk to my fellow wildlife enthusiasts and colleagues and everything, when they show you that, you're like, dude, why haven't you shared this? And me myself as well, you know, I've got a lot of footage on my hard drive and I think, oh, well, it's just sitting on my hard drive. So really, if you have any footage, please do send it through to us. We would love to see what you have seen in the wild. And to do that, you can just go onto our website, you click on the content creator, and yes, then we'll have a look-see at it, and of course we'll keep you posted. But we really are excited to have you share your moments with us. Again, I say this on a daily basis, but we really have one thing that connects all of us, our passion and our love for wildlife. So as we share everything with you every day, remember this is a two-way street. we want to hear from you as well. So definitely go check that out on our website. Remember, we are live and I would love to hear from you. So please send me your questions and your comments. Remember, Escape to Nature is all about just taking it easy, watching everything unravel right in front of our eyes. Sometimes we get a lot of action, sometimes we just appreciate all of the calls and the sounds. But really anything and everything you see out here is such a blessing. I think often, our arrogance and our entitlements makes us think that we have to have action. We need to see a lion take down a zebra now, or we need to see a zebra giving birth and the oryx meeting the baby. It's not all about that. Of course, those moments are great. And that is always the one thing that I say to my guests, we really have to appreciate everything and anything. I remember very fondly, I shan't mention his name, but to date, it's probably, and I say this with the utmost respect, but it's the worst guest I've ever had on a vehicle. And anyway, this guest was very, very adamant on telling me how to track animals and how to go to animals and where to find animals. And when I initially met him, I asked him, is this your first time in Africa? And he said yes. So I was rather confused as to where he got all of his experience. But anyway, the sad thing, I don't mind when people are like that, but the thing is that we have to take into consideration there are other people on the vehicle with you. There are other people on safari with you. And I kid you not, we struggled with sightings. And what happened? They checked out that morning, and that afternoon we saw a leopard with 2 cubs. We had a brilliant elephant sighting. So I think Mother
Alright, myself and Rian have made our way to Skokopane, and we've got a nice small group of blue wildebeest here. It's a nice little breeding group. As you can see, there are some youngsters over there. And with all the rain we've been having over the last few days, you can see exactly how beautifully green it is, and some of the flowers are starting to pop through, and the birds are celebrating. So there's a lot of vocalizations happening all around us here. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear it. It's mainly the rattling cisticula that's busy calling at the moment. Now, most of you will know that, so I've spent most of my time out there at Amakhala Game Reserve, and out there we see more of the black wildebeest. This one over here, this is the blue wildebeest. And there's actually quite a few differences between the two species. The biggest giveaway, have a look at the tail of this blue wildebeest over here. So it's got a black tail, and immediately in southern Africa, you know for a fact that is going to be a blue wildebeest. And the black wildebeest has got that beautiful horse-like white tail, but then also a black body. This animal, entirely black. Very unique looking animals, aren't they? If you look at the anatomy, they've got much longer front legs than the hind legs, which tells us that this animal has got a sloping back, an arched or or a slanted back. Now, animals that are going to be quite closely related to them are going to be like animals like Sesame and red hartebeest, because they have that sloping back action. And if you compare them to some other antelopes, for example impala, a very level back. So there will be a reason why the anatomy is designed like this. So with wildebeest across the board, we know that they can travel long distances if they wanted to, and then also they have a very incredible endurance. So imagine a lion popped up over here and these wildebeest said, no, we're going to run away and get out of here. They can run and run and run and just really cover lots of distance without actually stopping. Whereas, as we know, predators, they only really have short bursts of speed. And once a wildebeest has got a certain distance away from a predator and is running, the predator is just going to watch them run away. Too much energy is going to be lost in the hunt, and rather just let them go. Okay, now when it comes to some of the plant feeders that we have out here, or that there are in Madikwe Game Reserve, there's two different types. There's a grazer and a browser, and if you are unfamiliar between the two, a grazer is going to be a grass-eating animal, and then the browser is going to be a
And you are back with me. Sorry about that. We will get Andrew back. I'm just looking around, trying to see if we have any of those large grey animals coming up to the waterhole. But sadly, nothing yet to report. We shall look at these grey animals for now. Well, machtig. If you hear any additional voices other than myself, it is not the voices in my head. They exist, but it's not them. Now, of course, it's just the visitors to Okokoyo. And if you did not know this, there is a camp right behind this beautiful camera, or this awesome camera, I should say. The camera itself, I don't think is beautiful, but what it gives us is beautiful. But nonetheless, there's a camp right behind us, and of course there's visitors that come to this camp and that get to have this experience in real life. And I definitely am doing that some other time this year. I keep saying that. I mean, we're already in the middle of February. Lisa, wake up. But those are the extra voices that you might hear from time to time. And they too are just appreciating and experiencing all of this. Just like I'm sure you've seen on many of our safaris, if the naturalists are perhaps in a sighting with lions or leopards, whatever the case is really, we do have to share it with other people. And really anywhere you go, whether it's national park, private game reserve, you're most likely to share with other people. But how incredible that we do all have this one passion, that we just want to watch all of these animals and just watch them do their thing. Oh, that youngster is nursing in the water. However, your mother still seems very, very big. That is very interesting. Now, zebras are very bloated animals. A lot of people, tend to think that it must be a pregnant female, or, perhaps it's got a second foal on the way, or whatever the case is. They are very bloated animals. They do not have the ability, like a lot of the animals we see out here, especially the antelope, the wildebeests, that can regurgitate their food. So zebras do, however, have an extra organ called the cecum, which helps with the digestion. So they are not as successful as your ruminants, the animals that regurgitate their food. But they are luckily also not as unsuccessful as your elephants and rhinos that only digest about 30% of what they eat. So that being said, these guys have a lot of gas. So even when you are analyzing a zebra and sort of checking the condition of the zebra, you can't say it's definitely in good condition because it's got a fat stomach. That is not the case. Even a malnutrition zebra will be bloated. Generally, when you do want to look at their condition, you'll look at the actual mane that is on the neck. If it's coughed and if it's puffy and fluffy, for the most part, that tells us, this animal is fairly alright. If you see a zebra that the hair or the mane is hanging on the neck, that is not always the tell, but that will generally be a good indicator that this zebra might either be malnutritioned, it might have a disease.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
That one springbok in between. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, I lost my herd. Oh, these animals are just incredible. The springbok, the zebras, all of the little ones they have with them. Craig, good morning. You would like to know which animal has the most personality according to me. That is a tricky question. Because it depends on the day, it depends on the weather, it depends on the social structure and the dynamics of that particular animal or that herd. I'm pretty sure you guessed I'm probably going to say elephants. I think I just really have a soft spot for them because I have a lot of experience with them and a lot of great memories with them. But that being said, I do enjoy a baby rhino. They are so cheeky and adorable, just like a baby elephant. You know, they've sort of got this thing about, I may not be big, but my mom is big, so she's gonna smack you if you look for trouble. They really are very, very adorable animals and very, I almost want to say feisty. Baby zebras as well, really, but any baby animals, baby lions, you know, that's after they've napped and they've decided, okay, this is enough, let's play, let me bite my father's tail and see if anything is going to happen. So really any baby animal, even the springbok, the impalas, when they have those bursts of energy, because they don't constantly have to feed, they don't constantly have to, you know, sort of regurgitate and save energy because they are not that big yet. So they still have a lot of energy, just like humans. Kids generally have more energy than we do. Oh goodness, the day before yesterday I picked up my niece from school, and I promise you, for the first hour, and I haven't seen her in quite some time, but it has really not been that long. But literally for the first hour, and I thought, oh my goodness, you are just like a baby animal. You've got these bursts of energy, and of course, you know, then they sort of like a sugar rush, then they crash and they have their calmer moments. But but any baby animal, Craig. But that being said, I have to say I really do enjoy the leopards as well, specifically, you know, the ones that we get to see in Djuma. But leopards in general, they all have these different personalities. Some of them are super relaxed, some of them are super skittish, others of course, you know, there's been quite a few leopards actually in the Greater Kruger, but some of them using vehicles to hunt their prey. So it really, it depends on the day, on the location, on the dynamic, the weather. I really have to say I enjoy all animals. I really do. Whether it's birds, mammals, reptiles, they all have something to offer. And that's why I always find it so difficult when someone asks me, what has been the best sighting you've ever had, or what is your favorite animal? Yes, elephants are my favorite, you know, if I really had to choose one, but all of these animals, if you are looking at all of these zebras, yes, they all share one social structure in terms of either a bachelor herd or a harem, but they all have their own dynamics, just like people. I've got 4 sisters and 2 brothers, and I cannot tell you how much difference there is between all of us, not just with personality, but in terms of what we do in life, and even our families. You know, not all of us are directly related. Some of us have different mothers and fathers and all of that, but to some sense there is still the same social structure, if you will, but we all live very differently, just like all of these zebras. Some of them come to the water, stick around for longer. Some of them leave sooner. Some of them have very, very young foals, so they don't want to be too vulnerable for too long. So they just come for a quick cool off, quick hydration, and leave again, perhaps come back later again. And I think that's also, you know, I often, these sudden fights that they get. Oh, sorry, that never gets old. But I think that's definitely the one thing that we can take away from animals as well. You can be from the exact same bloodline, but you are going to be different. And it's the same with all of us. You know, you could be the exact same age as someone else, and you're at a different point in your life. Someone else might be married with kids already, and you are still just doing your thing or focusing on your career. And it's the same with animals, you know. Yes, they might be the same exact species, but animals are different in Okokoyo as opposed to animals that are in Djuma. Alrighty, what we are going to do is we are going to try our best to go over to Djuma and see if we can see those kitty cats. And we are in the lovely Djuma. And I'm waiting for a flick of a tail or flick of an ear. The lions, to our knowledge, is still behind the bushes in this area. And luckily for us, it is not too hot. So I'm hoping that they get a little active later on. And perhaps come down for a drink. Or perhaps they would like to see what meals is on the menu or on the menu. But for now, as I say, they are lying down, so it's a little bit tricky. And to my knowledge, they are still around. Because lions, you know, people tend to think leopards are the elusive ones. Lions can be just as sneaky, especially if you're in an area like Djuma, where there's a lot of trees, a lot of bushes around, which makes it tricky to see the actual movement. You know, if we see a lion moving away from the water at Okokoyo, it's fairly easy to keep up with them. But when we have lions here, it can be very tricky. However, I do think the weather will be in our favor today, so we shall just keep monitoring it. Come on, lions. I'm just taking it slow for if we do see some movement, we won't miss it. It might just be, as I say, the flick of a tail, flick of an ear. And hopefully they will come out for us, so we can see how many of them are here, what's happening. Alright, well, to my knowledge, they have not moved off yet. As I said, it is difficult because there's so many consecutive brushes. So if they move deeper in, we may have missed it, but I don't think so. It's not hot, it's not humid, there is a slight breeze, so hopefully they are just lying down and catching some winks. And that really, I know as naturalists we refer to this a lot, but that really is one of the things that sort of irritates me a little bit when people always say, you know, but lions are these lazy animals. They really are not. They are just super smart. I would not mind being a lion, actually. Because of course Our apologies. As you've been seeing, we are experiencing some difficulties because of the weather, but that is okay. Luckily, we've got Okokoyo. It really is my exemplary child, not just with the weather, but this is like the one that I can always rely on. And luckily, we've got a lot of animals right now. How incredible is this? Again, just zebras and oryx here and there. And of course the springbokkies. But I really am loving this. And it's just amazing. It doesn't stop. They literally, I don't know if they get a schedule in the morning perhaps. Alright, harem 1. You get the water hole from 10 o'clock to 10:15. Please make sure you leave on time as we need the next harem. Harem 2. This is now your time. No, of course they don't. Mother Nature doesn't need a schedule or a plan or anything. Everything just works the way she wants it to and the way that it was designed to. No elephants yet. That is fine. We shall be patient, even if it doesn't happen today. We will be patient. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Andrew, who's in Madikwe.
Hope you come right with some elephants that side, Lisa. We've come right with some zebra on our side. And it's actually quite a nice sighting if you're having a look at this this mother and the young foal. They're actually scratching their snouts and their necks on a fallen over branch, which has been pushed over by an elephant at some point in time. And it's actually quite nice, you know, the more we drive out here, we are seeing a lot of these stumps that have been polished off by a lot of the animals. So buffaloes will do the same thing. You'll find that elephants will also use these stumps and they become beautifully polished. Become very smooth and the oil gets on top of it as well. And the more the animals rub against it, the more and more polished the branches become. And actually, they look quite good actually. There we go, joining up with your mom again. Now these zebras are all looking like they're in very good condition at the moment. See the mane on their neck is all standing upright. It's indicating quite a nice condition. As soon as they lose condition, we find that hair starts to fall down and land on the neck. And the main reason for that is there is fat in that neck. And the better condition they are, the thicker the neck is going to be. And therefore the hair stands upright and stays upright. But now when they're losing condition, they're going to be using a lot of their fat supplies, and their necks somewhat start to lose weight, and you find that hair on the neck actually starts to slope down, land on the neck, and that's a good indicator for us as naturalists or conservationists that zebras are starting to lose condition. But not happening here. These zebras are in very good nick. There we are, just gently walking through the bush there. They seem quite relaxed here. It's a nice little area for them. There's quite a big road here. It's a main road, and there's going to be quite a bit of heat on the road. So we have seen some wildebeest lying on the road. We're seeing zebras and warthogs and so on. They're also utilizing the roads for the heat. It's a very clever move. It was just a rattling testicular just flew past the screen there. I'm not sure if you saw that, but there is audio all around us of this rattling testicular. And you hear this cheep, 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 chirr, cheep, 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 chirr. And that's a typical call of the rattling testicular. And you see the warthogs straight ahead, just past the zebras. Small little sounder of warthogs. That's the collective noun for warthog. And the collective noun for zebra is going to be a dazzle of zebra. Shame, I think they're just enjoying the gap in the weather. So last night there was quite a bit of dew that was falling, and that's going to make the animals a little bit cold because their coats do get wet. And now this morning came along and there was a bit of rain, but not too heavy, but would have made them wet as well. But now it's totally calmed down with the rain. It's a little bit warm, and they're just making the most of that. Oh, there's a young warthog there. Look how sweet that looks. Quite a few youngsters. And some guinea fowl. Morning, Jamie. Yes, yeah, they should be traveling in groups. You know, zebras that are alone, they're very vulnerable, extremely vulnerable. And predators are likely to see that and utilize the opportunity, being a vulnerable animal all by itself. But you do get situations where, because this harem is going to be controlled by a dominant stallion, and at some point, you're going to find a stallion is going to be stronger than him and is going to kick him out, take over the harem, and this is where you might find a zebra by itself for a period of time. And it's very important that that stallion zebra that's been ousted tries to win back the harem or go look for a different harem, not only for breeding but for the safety and numbers aspect as well. But yes, they should be in groups. I've seen very big groups, I've seen small groups, so they do vary in sizes, these groups. There's a game viewer just beyond there. We are on a road here, main road. And I must say thank you very much to all the Madikwe guides out here. They're incredibly respectful and accommodating of us out here. And it's nice to work together as a team, that's for sure. Now, I have seen quite a few zebras with scars on their body. So of course predators are going to try and attack them at some point, and zebras, every now and then they do manage to escape those predators, but now they've got scars on their body. You need to look very carefully for scarring when it comes to zebra, because they're black and white animals, striped, and when they do get a scar, laceration on their body, the skin will eventually heal up and stitch itself back together, but the stripes never really join up in the correct way. So you have a black and white stripe joining together. That's what we call a disjointed stripe or line. And that is a classic example of a scar. And we'll definitely try and show. I think that one might have had a scar. Yeah, that one's got a scar there.
Ben for now.
Ben has gone home, or he's about to go home. It's Andrew Wild Earth.
Okay, sorry Andrew, I'm not here performing.
Not a problem, no problem at all. Sorry, I was just responding to a radio call there. I'm just going to have a vehicle pass us here. There we go. There's quite a few young warthogs there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I count. 4, 5, 6, 7. So roughly about 7 youngsters there, which is quite normal. So you can see there's 2 adult females there. What's interesting about warthog is they don't like to den by themselves. So 2 females, they're going to form a bit of a bond, and they're going to go and find a den and find a male, hopefully be impregnated by that male, and then they utilize the den together, and therefore the piglets, or wartlets is actually the correct term, they get born at the same time. So between the 2 adult females there's roughly 4 each, and this will increase their succession, because you can imagine if a warthog is by itself and it gives birth to 1 or 2 piglets, those piglets are not going to survive, and warthogs would be very scarce in the nature. So to synchronize a estrous cycle with another warthog, and give off those pheromones at the same time, find a male at the same time, and fall pregnant at the same time, what happens is suddenly there's an influx of young. So between the 2 adult females there's roughly 7 here. Some of them are going to get eaten, most definitely, but there are going to be some that are going to survive at the same time. Now, it'll be interesting if we could follow these, the sounder of warthog over a long period of time. You'll almost notice day by day 1 or 2 goes missing, and the litter gets smaller and smaller, and that is a good indicator of predators in the area. If there was no predators or few predators on Madikwe, you'd find most of the warthogs would have their young up until adulthood. But the amount of predation on warthogs in itself, even the adults, is very high. And that's their niche in nature. It's important that they're there. They're going to provide food for all those predators. Okay. Shame. Looks like the warthogs and the zebras are going to join up there. It's quite nice.
Explorers, it's time for another town hall. Join us as we catch up with our founder, Graham Wallington, to hear his updates on all things Wild Earth. And as always, your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. So send in your questions, feedback, criticisms and suggestions, and Graham will respond to you in real time.
Thank you very much for joining me on this town hall.
See you there.
Now, it's actually quite common. You see zebras missing tails. We actually just saw one a little bit earlier on, but it disappeared into the bush. Now, zebras, they have, especially stallions, they're going to fight for harems and they're going to kick and bite. And they're not playing. When they bite each other, they're biting to rip parts off. And often enough, the ears get damaged and then the tail snaps right off. Now with zebras, they have what they call a wolf tooth. This is quite a large canine they're going to use to fight, and sometimes they can even bite chunks out of each other's buttocks. I have seen remnants of what was a fight, and literally it looked like, when you bite into an apple, that's exactly what it looked like on this poor zebra's buttocks that I saw a few years ago. Must be painful. Oh, Simpiwe, that's a good question. Thank you for asking me that, Simpiwe. So, yeah, all animals have got following mechanisms of some sort. Now with warthogs, as you can see, they're built quite low to the ground. When they're running into some undergrowth, often their body is going to be not that visible. So if there are little wartlets like they are there now, or if there's warthogs that are in a semi-group and they're running, they would prefer to stay together as a unit. So just to rise up that tail above the grass line and flicker it about, then the other individuals are going to be able to see that and follow it like a little flag. Same goes with a zebra's tail. You see it's quite fluffy black. And I think I'm one of few humans that have got a following mechanism, because I have got natural birthmarks on my hair, natural highlights, if you will. I like to think of that as my own little personal following mechanism. That's so nice. Look how close they are together. That's really cool. Now, one thing you're going to notice about the zebras out here, they do sort of, in the white stripes, they do look a little bit brown or red. Now, most of the roads out here has got iron-rich soils, and it's red in color. Now, zebras do a lot of dust bathing, and they sort of take on the tinge of the substrate that they are dust bathing in. So out at Amakhala, sometimes we do find that they will dust bathe in calcrete, which is this white chalk-like powder. And then out here, very red. And so that sort of makes them a little bit brown-red in coloration. But now if you look at the hind section of the zebra, you might just find some thinner stripes that aren't black, more gray or dark brown, if you will. Call that shadow striping. It's very important that the plain zebras do have shadow striping, because from a close proximity, as we're looking at these zebras now, we are seeing a black and white animal. It's quite clear. But if these zebras were much, much further away, you wouldn't really see a black and white animal. You see a brown animal. So it's very, very good camouflage from a long distance. And as soon as the distance shortens, so example, maybe a lion was around here, busy encroaching and trying to stalk. And as soon as the first zebra sees that lion, is going to use the stripes to dazzle the predator. So to form a unit, and the zebras run away as a unit, all those stripes all over the show, it makes it so difficult for that predator to be able to see one and isolate one individual. So from a far distance, it's going to look brown, excellent camouflage, but from a close proximity, to form a unit to make a dazzle, which can help to confuse predators. Alright, we are going to have a vehicle that is going to pass us here. We are on a main road, so just bear with us, please. Okay, and while you look at those few zebras and we wait for that vehicle to pass, I'm just going to point out some birds that I'm hearing at the moment. What is that? I think, okay, so that's a black-chested prinia that I'm hearing. So for the birders, I'm just going to call out some birds so you understand sort of what bird life is here at Madikwe. So I'll definitely point them out from time to time. Rattling Cesticula again. And I heard a long-billed crombec about 2 minutes ago, which I haven't seen in years. Yet it's a common bird. But where I spent the last 7 years in the Eastern Cape, we don't see them there. I was so excited yesterday. You can ask Rian. When I saw a violet-eared waxbill, I almost fell out the vehicle. Again, it's a common bird given the habitat, but I haven't seen it in years. Blue waxbill as well. It was such a delight to see these little blue waxbills. We had a night heron as well. I think it was a greenback night heron. And then, oh, I mustn't forget, we had a gymnogene being mobbed by another raptor. I think it was either a pale or a dark chanting goshawk. It was difficult for me to identify it. It was a very quick sighting. So now you can almost see the dazzle. So we can see if they had to compact each other, it's quite difficult to separate them apart, much like there. There we go. There's a classic example of those three that are walking together there. You would never know that there's three there. I can only see one clearly. Now, there's another set of ears and another set of ears. So now we know that there are three zebras there. I'm hoping this young zebra is going to turn to the side. What's very interesting about zebra is when they're born, they actually look a little bit goofy in a way, if that's the correct word, because they're born with extremely long legs. I think the slant of the land is not really going to provide a good example here. But if that young foal zebra had to stand right up against the adult like it's doing now, look at the stomach line. You see how the stomach line is at the same height? So if that young foal actually stands right next to the mother and a predator is moving through an area, it might not see that foal. That is a very good example there. I have heard something there. Picasso, that's an interesting question. No, we don't really see that. You're talking about belly button, I'm sure. We don't see that with wildlife, really. When they get to maturity, you can't see where the umbilical cord was. But it's interesting when when animals are born, especially the antelopes and zebra, you find that, and giraffe is a classic example. Is when they're born. I mean that umbilical cord is still attached to the body, and it's quite long. And eventually, it's going to break off after about between 3 and 5 weeks on average, and it's usually removed by parasites. So ticks are going to climb on that umbilical cord, and they are responsible for almost snapping it off. But it's a very interesting question. I must have a good look at the primates and see if there is any remnants of that with the primates. Very comfortable at the moment. It's almost like a small little zebra crossing over the road here. There was an interesting sighting, or a video that I saw. This was taken in the Sabi Sands Game Reserve. I'm not quite sure where. But there was a safari trucks were busy watching a leopard, and some zebras started to move through that area, and one of the stallions, or the stallion, the main dominant stallion, spotted that leopard and ran after this leopard, and it chased it, and it was right behind this poor leopard, and this leopard was trying to get away. And the stallion zebra, you should have seen how he was trying to chop on the leopard with the front hooves. That leopard knew very well if the zebra gets it right, it's going to cause some quite a bit of damage. It can cut the bodies, and it can break bones and so on. And luckily that leopard did manage to escape, but what interaction that is. Incredible sighting. I haven't seen anything like that, not yet at least. You spend enough time out here, I'm sure it'll happen at some point. So Ben actually was giving some information yesterday. I'm just going to touch base a little bit with it. But we call zebras, and there's many others as well, like warthogs we saw earlier. We call them hindgut fermenters, which pretty much means that they have a simple action in the stomach. So to break it down, just imagine the zebras grazing. So the food goes in, it goes into the rear intestine or the hindgut, and then digestion takes place, and it's a very quick process. Then the zebra will expel in the form of its dung or droppings. There's no ability to re-chew the food, like a ruminant who's got a more complex system in the stomach, 4 chambers, and the grass will essentially need to get through all 4 chambers before it's expelled out the body and comes out quite fine. But now with zebras, it's a very simple action. Food goes in, gets digested, and out it goes. And because of that, there's still a large percentage of nutrients still in the dung. Now when these young foal zebras are born, they need a bacteria in the stomach that is not present. It's not in the stomach after birth. And to be introduced into the stomach or into the body, a young foal zebra is going to need to eat some of the adult mother's dung to introduce that bacteria. So it's able to digest some of this more, this corkier stuff that they eat. And just to help break down the cellulose. Because as we know, cellulose is a very difficult substance to digest. I think it's undigestible actually. And this is where these bacteria help a lot to break down the cell wall of the plant, what we call cellulose. Okay, while you're watching the zebras, I just want to remind you that there's going to be a town hall on the 19th of February, hosted by Graham. And this is essentially on Saturday where you can post a lot of your questions and your concerns and so on to Graham. This is going to be happening on Sunday, 19th of February. And that's going to happen at 8 o'clock Central African time. So set a reminder if you want, and you can join in on the town hall with Graham. And this will be for explorers, and we do hope to see you there. I'm just so glad these zebras stuck around for so long as they have, and we can really talk nicely about them. Pat, good morning. So it does help a lot for, in a sense, a fly swatter, but also for a following mechanism. So when these zebras are running through the bush, they try and stay together as a unit. That's the whole idea. And just to have some sort of marking on the body as well, just to help out as an indicator that follow me, let's stay together as a group. Otherwise, predator is going to come for us. As we know with wildlife, predators do single out solitary animals, pregnant animals, weak and sick, old. And just behind the ears of the zebra as well, it's quite nice and white there. So another part of that following mechanism that we've just mentioned. But yes, it's going to help a lot with the swatting of those parasites. It also helps to keep them cool. And we do find that zebras do form bonds with one another. And we see this often where one zebra will rest its back on the other zebra, and the other zebra will rest its head on the back of the zebra. And you'll find that the individual that it's got a bond with will do exactly the same thing. And then they'll shake their tails. So in a sense, the tail is being wagged on both sides, which creates quite a nice air draft and helps him to remain a bit cooler. Can hear some Cape glossy starlings, and quite far off I can hear what sounds like a blackback puffback. And then yesterday afternoon, got one of the lifers for myself with birds, was a greenbacked Camaroptera. Sorry, grey-backed Camaroptera. I'm so used to seeing the green-backed Camaroptera, so it was a lifer for me. And in a sense, Camaroptera is what was previously known as a bleating warbler. Mike, greetings to you. Mike, they're very active during the day, yes. So they're going to do most of the activities during the daytime, feeding and grazing and so on, socializing. At night time, they'll also feed, but activities tend to become less at night. But we do find that, it also depends on the season. So we find in summer, because it gets so hot in the summer months, a lot of the animals are going to become a lot more slower during the heat of the day and pick up more on the activities in the late evening and also sometimes at night. Whereas in winter, it's a little bit difficult to feed at night because it's so cold. And so they do most of the activities and feeding during the day in the winter months. But you find that when tonight does arrive and zebras are going into the bush, they never really sleep. They half sleep. And some of them might lie down, but you have some individuals that will remain standing, looking out for predators, and they all, take turns in resting. But all it takes is one little branch to break and the eyes are wide open, so they're still vigilant as to what's happening around them, even when they're sleeping. You can hear a European bee eater. It's a shame those warthogs are having a good time being with the zebras. You see how they are on their wrists. That brings their snouts closer to the ground because they don't really have long necks, those warthogs. So to feed and do things standing up, it's quite difficult. I don't know what they're doing on the road there. I don't think there's no grass growing on the road, so I don't know why they're on their wrists there. They could be doing what we call geophagia, which is when animals might seek nutrients in soil. That could be what's happening here. It's just amazing how those young warthogs have already learned how to go on their wrists. Hyena D. Interesting name you've got there, Hyena D. Good question. So warthogs, their diet consists of grasses. So for the most part, they're grazing. So they're going to eat grass. And that makes up most of their diet. But it's interesting in certain areas where marula trees are growing and those fruits, the marulas, fall off the tree and hit the ground. Make no mistake, warthogs will be there. They're going to eat those fruits that have fallen off the ground from marula trees and other plants as well. Fruiting plants they've been known to eat. But that's pretty much at a certain time of the year. The rest of the time, grass. And if you look at a warthog, I mean, they're designed for grazing. They have a shovel-like snout, which they use to, aerate the soil to get the roots out of the grasses, especially in the winter months. I apologize for that vehicle. There we go. Back to the zebras. Let's see if those warthogs are still milling around there. You still see them there, yeah? Okay, I think I see them over there. There we go, good one. Yeah, so next time you do see warthogs close, you must have a look at their snout. It almost looks like a little shovel. And if you're very, very lucky and you're actually seeing them going for the root grass, they manage to shovel the soil out the way, which is very, very important because they do aerate the soil. They promote growth again. So it's very important that they do that. But the problem comes in when warthogs are too high in numbers, so i.e. lack of predators, and then they can really destroy an area very quickly. But out here in Madikwe, there are a good fair amount of predators that are going to control the warthog. And therefore it's good when they're aerating the soil, just promoting new growth, adding air to the soil so that the bacteria and so on can form in the soil and capillaries can establish, which is the transportation of water through the soil. Some of you might be familiar with the film The Lion King. And in The Lion King, the warthog is known as Pumbaa. Now, if you ever get to East Africa and you speak to the local Masai Maran people and you ask them, what is a warthog in Swahili? And they will tell you it's Pumbaa. I remember when I was a safari guide a few years ago, I said to the guests, there's a Pumbaa. And one of the guests said to me, are you not making fun of the warthog? And I said, no. It's actually the Swahili word for warthog, is Pumbaa. And you're all familiar with the word safari, that is also Swahili. Safari meaning a journey. And that actually derives from Arabic, safara. Wow, this zebra is really standing quite proud there in the middle of the road. Sort of behaving like a stallion, Could very well be the stallion. I often find that the stallion might just section himself a little bit away from the hiren at times and is constantly looking around, is very vigilant. But it can be very tricky to tell male from female with zebras, and you need to be very accustomed to it to be able to tell. Okay, we're going to push on a little bit, and I think let's head off to Ukukuyo, where Lisa is going to be looking for some animals.
Thank you, Andrew, and welcome back. Yes, as you can see, the zebras, the impalas, the springbok are still just coming down to enjoy some of the water. It is relatively hot by now. It has heated up quite quickly. And of course, you know, with no rain that we've had for quite some time now, the humidity is definitely building. You can just imagine with all of these rocks and everything in this location, it builds even more than it would, for instance, in Djuma, where there is a lot more vegetation that can sort of take care of that humidity. Whereas here, the animals are just absolutely taking advantage of the water, cool off, drink some water, and then move off again. Carry on with their day. Specifically the zebras, as Andrew mentioned, you know, they cannot ruminate and regurgitate their food. Therefore, they have to sort of move on again and get some new food in their systems. And then they'll come back to the water. And that's how they do it the whole day, specifically in the drier seasons, which right now it's not supposed to be. It is currently technically rain season in Ukukuyo. Ooh, hi birdie. But we have not had rain for quite some time. So the animals are absolutely taking advantage of this specific waterhole. It is man-made, so it does get filled if needs be. Of course, there's a lot of salts and minerals in this whole park, which is in Namibia. We are not in South Africa. We are just a little bit north of, calm down. Just a little bit north of South Africa. Now, if you are just joining us, thank you so much for spending your day with us, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. Right now, we are in the lovely Ukukuyo in Namibia, and we have really had a very plentiful day so far. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of zebras, oryx, springbok, impalas, wildebeest that have just come to this waterhole alone. So it really has been magnificent. And again, you know, even if there is no constant action in terms of a hunt or any of that we are so spoiled with seeing generally on safari, it has been a brilliant day. Andrew just had some beautiful zebras in Madikwe as well. And it is his first time in a really, really long time returning to Madikwe. So I'm sure he's very excited for the next few weeks. For Escape to Nature and of course safari, spending some time with all of you, and of course spending some time with the animals there. But of course we are live and you are on safari with us, so please do send through your questions, your comments, anything you may have for us. We love hearing from you, and as you've been doing oh so faithfully today, keep those questions and comments coming, please. It really just makes it so much more interactive. And of course, I want to hear what you want to know and what you want to see. And perhaps there's something that we don't know that you can educate us on. Or if you want to perhaps discuss anything in specific, you are more than welcome to let me know. I wonder if these animals understand what's going on, like the springbok and the oryx, and you know, all of the animals that come along as well. Do they think, will you please keep her down? We are trying to have a peaceful day. Do they understand that it's, you know, that time of the year, it's going to happen? It's normal. Because of course we know that animals are brilliant, not just by means of communication vocally, but also pheromones, the chemical signals that they give off to one another. But I always wonder, do they understand each other? And surely they must to some extent, because if there's an alarm call from the impala, all of the animals will look. If there's zebras that are alarm calling specifically for a lion, which actually, believe it or not, sounds very similar to this. But somehow the animals are not responding right now. So surely they must understand what's going on with the other dynamics of other animals. And just to keep you posted from what I have been seeing on our Djuma Dam cam at Gowrie, the lions have not moved. The sun came out for a little bit and I was hoping that that would encourage them to move, but I have not picked up on any movement yet at Gowrie Dam. So hopefully they do, hopefully they are still around and we did not miss them somehow. But it is fairly quiet in Djuma as well. But as always, I will keep my eyes peeled. I will keep you posted. So dramatic. Dainty Pavonias, are we? Baie, baie dramaties. And it's definitely interesting. You can see the water level has for sure dropped a little bit here in Okukoyo. Now that is due to the lack of rain. As I said, even though this is a man-made waterhole, we will not fill it up. When I say we, I mean Okukoyo's conservation management. Won't fill it up if it really becomes a dire situation. But definitely with all of the animals going into the water, you know, just like when you have a leak and you are cleaning the floor, just like a mop or towel or whatever you use, it soaks up the water. So that is what all of these animals are currently doing as well. When they are just going into the water, cooling off, they are soaking up some of the water as well. Now, just one sighting or one occurrence is not going to make the difference. But if you've got a constant flow of animals coming in and out, specifically as we've been seeing with the zebras, that definitely will also affect the water level. And of course, you know, the animals drinking. Just one or two taking a sip is not going to make the world's difference, but constant activity at the water is definitely going to bring it down a little bit. Now, if you are not familiar with this beautiful location, this is actually one of our only locations currently that we have in a national park. Djuma is of course a private game reserve, Makala, Kariga, those are game reserves, Madikwe. But this actual dam camera is at Okukoyo, which is in the Etosha National Park, which is in Namibia. Beautiful country. I've only ever driven through it. It was a very brief visit. We were taking some vehicles up to the Congo, so we were really on a mission, which I'm kind of bummed out about, but luckily I got to see some of the country. But this specific area I've never been myself. I'm really looking forward to going hopefully this year. And it's been so incredible just to see how how everything works and how it all just sort of interacts with one another. Not just the animals, everything, you know, from the vegetation to the rainfall and everything, how all of that has been interlinked and how that has affected the animals' movements, how that of course affects our experiences in terms of sightings, because really for a month and a half, 2 months, other than Springbok, we did not have a lot of activity here. That being said, it was very, very green. We did not have all of these brown patches and everything going on now. Luckily here and there we've still got some greenery. But even when you've got a man-made waterhole which you can fill, only the rain can of course rejuvenate the actual vegetation and the soil. And that also is crucial for animals. Because a lot of people tend to think, well, you've got a man-made waterhole, you know, if you can and if you want to, you could of course fill it yourself. Yes, that may be, but the animals still need to eat. And it's going to be a little bit difficult to get irrigation going here. Which would actually be very interesting. Just see zebra foals jumping through the sprinklers but now of course that won't be done. Not even on game reserves would you really have that where people go to that extent. At some point we have to sort of just hand over things to Mother Nature and say, alright, we can help this much, but we don't want to do your job. We don't want to interfere too much. But as I say, this water level is definitely rapidly dropping. And if we don't receive rain within the next few weeks, we will most probably fill it. Again, when I say we, I mean the conservation management in Etosha. I myself do not have the ability to do it. I would probably be like a naughty kid, a kid playing with a tap. But no, they'll most probably fill it for the animals. And this is going to be the case in a lot of other areas in the park. So as I've been mentioning, elephants we have not seen in months here at this specific location. And you're probably wondering, okay, well, what are they doing without water? Right now, the elephants do need a lot of nutrients as well, and nutrition from food. So they most probably ventured a little bit more north or south or east or west, wherever they went, I'm not sure. Sadly, they do not have trackers on them. But I'm guessing in the winter time, when it becomes really dry in all of the park, then they will return to here for the water, for the minerals and everything that there is in fact in the soil. And that's how it goes. You really never know. Animals are predictable to some extent. But we must never label them, we must never put them in a box and say this is the only behavior they have. I myself have been surprised. Woo! That one's pretty happy. I myself have been so surprised on safari, you know, where I get to witness an interaction and the guests want to know all about it and how often does this happen and do they always do that? And I just sit there with a mouth full of teeth and I say, guys, I'm so sorry, I've never seen this in my life. I have no idea what's happening. Even if I've guided on that reserve for 3 years, know the prides, know the herds, know the harems. Animals are like humans, they will adapt. Well, animals are actually better than we are with this. But they will adapt, and also we have to bear in mind, just like humans, their circumstances change their behavior. Oh, just look at a baby zebra. And you are all very, very, very familiar with the bird call we have. Yesterday I heard it, but I didn't want to say too much about it because I thought, no, let me not jinx it. But it's of course the woodlands kingfishers. And as we know, they are slowly leaving our areas like Djuma and Pridelands. But of course the rainfall here occurs later and animals follow water. Whether it's an actual waterhole or whether it's rain, just like we saw last week with the Abdom storks, animals follow the rain. Because where there's rain, there's life, and where there's life, there's food. And that is why we are finally hearing some woodlands kingfishers here. And I would love to look for the woodlands kingfisher, however I think it's going to be a little bit tricky because I definitely know that they are behind us in camp. And we actually, my previous lodge, we had a very cheeky woodlands kingfisher. He would eventually became very, very habituated and used to the people. So I would also imitate the call, and he would sort of sit on a pole and give me this dirty, dirty look of like, can you please shush? That is not at all what we sound like. But they do tend to, specifically if you have a busy, busy, busy waterhole like this currently. They'll just sort of hang around the camp where it's a little bit more peaceful. But remember, they are insectivores. So they do not feed on fish, they feed on insects. So every now and again, as I'm sure you've seen many a times on our safaris, we'll see them swooping down to the ground and catch either a locust or a grasshopper or a butterfly. And I know many of you always wonder, Lisa, what is that tree to the left? Now that beautiful tree over there is leadwood. It's a fairly common tree species throughout Africa, but they really are very useful trees. You can actually use their flowers for cough mixtures. You can use the leaves when you burn it and inhale that for a sore throat as well. It's a very, very useful tree for animals as well. The actual bark, or the actual wood, you can say, is very, very sought after by humans because it burns very, very slow. So unless you are wanting to have a braai or a barbecue and want to get some coals for the meat, it really does help a lot, because when you want to have a bonfire, for instance, or just set the atmosphere, have some ambiance with a fire in the bushveld, it really is a very resourceful tree, because the wood takes a really, really, really long time to burn. And then I know a lot of I'm not sure if it still happens as often to this day, but I know in a lot of African cultures, specifically in the olden days, they actually used to use the ash for whitewashing homes because it makes a very white ash. And in some places it is also used as toothpaste. I've actually never tried that. But as I say, it's a leadwood, and in Afrikaans we call it a harde kool, which literally means hard coal. Oh, we've got some more oryx activity. But it's been very interesting with them. It's really been drips and drabs. And I suspect it's mostly males. Of course, oryx is one of those magical animals like a springbok and a wildebeest. Both male and female have horns. So you really have to look out for the obvious genitalia. But specifically with the herds who have calves and all of that, we have not seen them in forever. Oh man. I think I've made peace with the whole elephant situation. But even if we can just see perhaps a rhino, just one unicorn. Darcy Miller, hello again. You would like to know if I've got some interesting questions about Tokwe, who's the matriarch of the Jabulani herd. I'm laughing because my last encounter with her was rather nerve-wracking. So just to give you background, as you mentioned, Tokwe is the matriarch. But again, they've got quite a few elephants in that herd, including Kanyisa, the pink elephant, Timisa, Kumbura. All three of those are actually orphans. And then Fishan, the elephant that I mentioned earlier that had a fractured leg, Sabakwe, the elephant I've spoken about earlier on, who's actually the ambassador or the model for Amarula, which is of course that delicious liqueur we have in South Africa. Ooh, who else is there? Bubi, Lundi, Klasiri, Jabulani, who's the name cause of the lodge or of the herd. But your question is about Tokwe. So Tokwe is the matriarch, and contrary to popular belief, she is not the oldest female. She's also not the biggest cow in the herd. But Sitombi, if I'm not mistaken, who's the oldest cow, she just sort of decided, no. I don't want to accept that responsibility. I will rather listen to someone else. And Tokwe became the matriarch, and she really is a brilliant matriarch. She's so soft and gentle, but she really doesn't take nonsense. She's a typical mother. And so my last encounter, which is a fun story with Tokwe. So what happens with this specific herd is during the day they are free to roam in the reserve. Sorry about that. We just wanted to check something on our side. But so with this particular matriarch in this herd, what happens with this specific herd is they actually venture out into the bush during the day, and then at nighttime they do get put away in a massive sort of enclosure. And that is purely because these elephants were hand-reared, and also because we didn't want them to run into the wild herd, which is also on the reserve. But particularly one day, I took my guest out midday, went to go see where the elephants are and what they are doing. And stop the vehicle, watch the elephants, watch them just do their thing in the wild. And as I wanted to leave, I realized, I think we've got a flat tire. And my front right tire was flat to the rim. Not like a slow puncture, and let's see how far we can push it. And so anyway, I told the elephant carers, who is literally gentlemen that have been working with these elephants. Some of them have been working with these elephants for 20 years plus. They were relocated with the elephants all the way from Zimbabwe. So they know them quite well, to say the least. They are literally part of the herd. And I said to the gentleman, guys, I've got a flat wheel, so just watch your elephants, because if I need to leave, I need to leave. You know, the guests have to go for lunch and for their afternoon naps and all of that. And we thought everything was fine, and the next thing, I don't know why, but Tokwe took a very sudden interest in me. Not aggressive at all or anything, but she literally walked up to my face. She had a trunk all over my face. They had just been mud bathing, so my whole face was smeared with mud. And she was just sort of smelling me and everything, and then she just carried on. But you can imagine if you're a guest that's coming to Africa for the very first time, you have an elephant, not only just an elephant, but a matriarch this size, right next to your vehicle, smelling your rangers, seeing what's going on. It's rather terrifying. I myself, I have to say, I was not too terrified, because I know the carers take really well care of them. They know how to talk to them and sort of get them away if need be, and that is not something that happened on the daily. But it was just so interesting. Tokwe just decided, what perfume are you wearing today? I think I like it. And my face was full of mud after that, so very interesting. But Tokwe in general, she's just such an incredible elephant. And again, you know, she sort of just took on the role of being the matriarch, and she really knows how to put each and every elephant in their place. Tamisa, Kanyisa, those elephants, they know Tokwe is the matriarch, but they are actually mothered or fostered by Lundi, which is also another cow. She's got the most incredible personality to her. I'm just trying to think, who else am I missing? Mambo. Oh my goodness. If ever there was a naughty elephant in Africa, it's Mambo. That elephant, I can keep you busy for hours on on the hell he has put us through. But no, he really is also, I think he's probably matured a lot since I've been there. And I really would like to go back sometime. I'm still in contact with them and make sure all of the elephants are still doing well and thriving. But as I say, Kanyisa is apparently massive now. And I get so nostalgic when I think back on all of these experiences that I've had in my life. I remember when I just got into the industry, I wasn't even qualified yet. I was still an administrator for the game management department. And we had a lioness that had an abscess on her, but she was a stunning female. And at that time, she was the only female that could reproduce. So just letting nature take its course and, you know, her potentially dying from it, the vet intervened. I remember we darted her, but she was with another pride. We darted her, and the vet started cleaning the wound and all of that. And literally the other lions from the pride came towards the vet like they wanted to sort of mock charge him. And it was the most astonishing thing. He literally clapped his hands and said, "Hey, Futak!" And I was like, it's not dogs, it's wild lions. But the confidence that this gentleman had was just absolutely incredible. But as always, I'm not going anywhere. I'm monitoring our water holes, and I will of course keep you posted. But we are going to send you back to Andrew in Madikwe.
Rian, we've come across this termite mound here, and we can't help. One, we have the well-established termite mound over here, and then the second thing, we have this tree that's actually growing out the termite mound. And sort of to pose the question, it's almost like, what came first? Was it the egg or was it the chicken? It's the same situation as over here. Was it the termite mound that came first, or was it the tree that came first? And to answer the question, in fact, it's the tree. The termite mound that came first. Now, one thing you need to bear in mind about this specific species of termite is that they are harvesters. So basically what it means is that at night, or when conditions are in favor, like now when it's overcast weather, you might find that, you know, the termites are going to come out and they're going to walk around here and they're going to snip off bits of, or they're going to collect dead organic matter. They'll actually carry that matter inside the mound here, and they are cultivating fungus, and that's what they eat. But now, by collecting a whole bunch of material that's outside the mound and taking it inside, sometimes they do take in seed. Okay, and then with the nutrients that's already here, and then also the temperature control of about 25 degrees Celsius, you're going to find that, you know, plants are going to start to grow out the termite mound. So most definitely the termite mound came first, and then the trees and plants started to grow afterwards. Now this particular species of tree over here, I mean, it is dead. It can be quite difficult to identify it, but if we have a look here, we can see there are some knobs on the tree here. There's a nice one over here, And you can see remnants here and here and here. So this is in fact a knob thorn. It's one of the acacias or vachelias. And then over here we can see confirmed, here's the leaf. So a knob thorn, typical tree in the Lowveld area. Growing out here as well. And there's actually quite a few species of these vachelias that are growing out here. So definitely a little bit of homework to be done on my side. But yeah, it's just beautiful to look at, isn't it? Just going to slowly walk back to the cruiser here while you are looking at this beautiful termite mound. Now, the grass is long here. I'm just hoping I'm not picking up any ticks on my legs here. Double check. No, no. Tick free. Now, very interesting about these termites is that they create a natural incubation chamber for a certain animal called it's a rock monitor. Now, it's interesting, when a rock monitor is ready to lay eggs, she's going to go and dig a hole inside this termite mound, dig a little shallow hole, lay the eggs, and then disappear. And then what happens is the workers and the soldiers, they all hear this the scratching sound, so they come running to the area where there is a breach. But they find just some eggs that are not moving and not posing a threat. So they sort of forget about the eggs, but now the workers need to, to fix that damage that was created by the monitor lizard, and seals those eggs inside there. Now bear in mind, remember, the temperature control in there is quite warm. It does vary from, species of termite to species of termite, but this one, you're looking at between 22 and 26 degrees Celsius in that mound. And therefore, if there are eggs trapped within that mound, it is a perfect place for incubation. Plus, you are protected. You are out of sight if you're an egg. Now once those eggs do hatch inside this mound over here, they're going to break out the egg and they're going to start to scratch on the mound to try and get out. And again, the soldiers, they're going to be hearing that and they're going to be running to these little lizards. And when they find them, they're going to spray them with what they call formic acid. Okay, and then once the little monitor lizard manages to break out of this little mound and run into the nature, because it's covered in formic acid, it makes the monitor lizard not taste very nice. So any jackals or buzzards that might catch them just might find them to be so distasteful that they don't want to eat them. And just gives a little chance for that little monitor lizard to get behind a log or in a hole and can try and survive. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out a long time ago, because they're incredibly edibles for things like raptors and jackals. Mavis morning. So to give you an idea, this mound is going to be a bit more stronger than this vehicle actually. So if we had to drive onto that mound and hit it, which we will never do, I can promise you now we will cause a lot of damage to this vehicle. It is incredibly hard. You've got to ask yourself, why does it have to be so hard? Why so compacted? And that's because termites do have a predator, an enemy out there, an aardvark, Ameisenbär in German, for the German viewers. And so to make a mound very hard, the aardvark is going to battle to get in there. So it needs to be very hard. And often, you can ask Rian, when we off-road drive, we've got to be careful not to hit these termite mounds, because they can break the prop shaft on the vehicle, they can damage the diff lock, and in worst case scenarios, if you're driving very fast, you will bend the chassis of this vehicle and then you throw the vehicle right away. It's useless after that. So I hope that answers your question, Mavis. Now we might from time to time also see some birds that are going to sit in these branches, especially on this knobthorn, this dry branches. It makes a very good post for territorial display, or even for breeding. So say imagine a bird comes and sits on those logs, starts calling. It's nice and bare and open, as you can see there. And if it's looking for a partner, it's going to be spotted very easily. And again, if there was a bird that wanted to be territorial, it's going to sit in the top branches of those dry little sticks, if you will, and that is going to be a good way to call, get your message out, and hopefully be seen by the imposters that might be within the territory. So even dead trees are very important in the nature. May even attract owls. Oh, Luiso, I can see where this is going. How many bird calls can I imitate? So not very well, probably about maybe 10 or 20, but I can see where this is going. I can see myself. I'm going to be doing some mimics just now. I'm going to be challenged by someone, so I will try and rustle up my best bird imitation, but I can promise you it's not that good. I'll mimic my favorite sound to hear, and that's the So try and imagine what this little bird is saying. 3 blind mice. That's one of the birds that I like. Another bird that I can mimic would be one of the calls of the greenback Chimeroptera. So it says tweet, 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 tweet. Now, seeing that I've mimicked 2 birds, I would like Lisa to chip in there. I know Lisa is very keen to take part in challenges. So Lisa, give us your best bird mimic when you have a chance as well. I'm sure you're better than me. Rian, can you mimic any? What about the drink lager bird? Kukurku, drink lager. It's a Cape turtle dove. It's drink lager for the tourists and then work harder for the naturalists and guides. Oh, and a fish eagle is one of my favorites to play around with. Along those lines over there. Loiso, can you mimic any birds? What is your favorite bird? You must let us know. Alright, so you can actually see it's very cloudy at the moment, but it's not cold. It's nice and warm. There's a beautiful termite mound. Look at that. Look how tall this one is. So just by judging by the height of this termite mound, I might be corrected, so if I am wrong, please let me know. I think this is a species of Hodotermes, if I'm not mistaken. And they make these huge chimney-like mounds, much like this one. I'm just wondering if this is perhaps one of those species. That is just so perfect, almost like a tower. So this one is quite tall and pointy at the top. But usually, animals like cheetah, leopard, even lion, they might like to sit on top of the mounds. It's nice and warm. It's making them higher off the ground that they can see any prey or competition in the area. Lisa, you most definitely can. Lisa would like to do an animal call instead, and so you can, most definitely. Actually, I think I heard a fish eagle now. And of course, it's not calling anymore. We saw crimson-breasted shrike moments ago. And it's also quite amazing what has been found in some of these termite mounds. Now bear in mind that if you had to go and have a look at the majority of the termite mounds on this reserve, you're going to find that there are going to be some holes going in made by aardvark. And, when poachers are being pursued by the anti-poachers and they have things like rhino horn or elephant tusks or whatever they are poaching, sometimes they stash them in the aardvark burrows and continue running. And when they get caught or don't get caught, sometimes those items are left within the mound. So currently underground are probably a lot of those things. Just we will never know. But then also in the Bushman times, if there was an older bushman getting old and battling to keep up with the group and was clearly on his way out, about to pass away or moments away from passing away, what the tribe members would do, they would actually find a nice big aardvark burrow in a termite mound, and they would put the elder inside that mound and they would barricade him in there, or her, with rocks and stumps and things like that, just to let that person live their last few moments of life in peace without being harassed by predators or scavengers. So currently, underground yet again in some old disused aardvark burrows are skeletons of people. Oh, there was a white-backed mouse bird just flew off now. Wow, I haven't seen those in years. A white-backed mouse bird. It's just stunning out here. It's just such a privilege just to be sitting still right now. I could sit here for hours and hours just to be in the environment of Madikwe, which is incredibly beautiful and different. Alright, let's take a look at these thorn trees over here, Rian, if you can. We have a few thorn trees over here. This one looks almost like a sweet thorn, but not quite the same. As I've mentioned, there are multitudes of thorn trees out here. Knobthorn, blackthorn. I think this one is a sweet thorn, but I'm not 100%. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to break a branch and take it to one of the seniors on the reserve, and we can just double confirm if it is that one. But a very edible plant. And look at those leaves. If you were a leaf eater, don't you think those leaves look delicious? They most definitely do. Very, very sweet leaves when it comes to a lot of these thorn trees. And to protect those leaves, thorns are going to be needed just to help slow down those animals that are going to utilize the plant. Not going to stop them from eating the leaves, but just slow them down. Otherwise, this plant would be stripped and there would be none left. So it has to have a few mechanisms in play to protect. That's beautiful. Sometimes you might even find some bird nests within these thorn trees. You have to look very carefully because they're very well hidden. Okay, now talking about the protection that this plant has to protect itself, and there's a few different types. You get what they call a chemical defense, you get a physical defense, and then you have an active defense. So now the active defense is going to be animals like ants or wasps, especially paper wasps. They like to make a little nest within this plant, and then ants, sometimes they like to lay their eggs within the thorn. So that's the active defense. So if an animal comes along and starts to disturb this plant, you might find that either the ants or the wasp is going to get offended and irritated and might sting that browser, causing them to go away. So a bit of symbiosis happening there. Then the chemical defense is tannins, which most of you are going to be familiar with. You get it in wine and tea. There's a very, very distasteful chemical which usually causes the browser to move off. And then also, if the browser does consume a lot of the tannin levels, what will happen is it confuses their stomach. The chemical tricks them, tells them that they are full, so that the animal will move off. That's a very clever adaptation. And then the last one I said was the physical defense, and that is in the form of the thorns. Very white. The thorns need to be seen. This plant wants to make it known that, look, I have got protection. So if you're going to come and utilize me, you're going to need to nibble here and there. You're going to battle along. Look at that. Stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Very beautiful plants, with the contrast of the whites and the greens. Fiscal shrikes, another bird in this area, like to use the thorns to impale prey. So if you ever go to a tree and you see that there's a scorpion or a lizard on the tree, it didn't fall out of the branch and then happen to skewer itself on a thorn like I thought when I was a young man when I saw a lizard on a thorn. What is happening is a fiscal shrike has actually caught that lizard and has impaled it on the thorn. No examples yet, but you really do have to look very carefully to see that. Sometimes even small snakes and worms. And there has been a recording, I don't know which game reserve it was, but they found a newborn tortoise. I'm not sure what species of tortoise, but they found that it was impaled on a thorn by a fiscal shrike. Interesting that, isn't it? Now, often enough, we say our escape options in the nature is up the trees, climb to the top of the tree if you're being chased by a buffalo or whatever the case may be. But now, with some of these thorn trees, it's going to be a bit of a difficult one. So if you are being chased by a predator and you need to get up that tree, you'll have no problem getting up. But getting down the tree is going to take you hours and hours. Good stuff. We're going to push on. We're going to carry on this road. Meanwhile, let's head off to Lisa at Ukakoyo and listen to her mimic of whatever animal she has in mind.
Thank you, Andrew. I have no idea what you are talking about. I cannot do any animal calls or bird calls or anything. I have no idea what you are referencing to. No, I am just kidding. I will do that in a little bit. I have to do some therapy and meditating and mentally prepare myself before I can just jump into that. As you all know, I'm a very reserved, quiet person, so I struggle, with being out there. I will do that in a little bit. I'm just contemplating which calls I should do for you. But as you can see, it is still hip and happening here at the waterhole. From zebras to impalas to springbok, it really has not stopped for 1 minute. And I'm so grateful for all of this. But always so interesting learning about the termites. Andrew, that was definitely one of my favorite things to discuss, whilst actively guiding and going on safari, telling guests about that. I remember my, it's not my first encounter, but it was the first time I actually purchased a termite mound. I was 12 years old and we were driving on four-wheelers. And my friend suggested, let's go off-road. Now, this was just on a farm. It wasn't in the bush, but of course, termite mound doesn't ask, is this a farm or reserve? Can I grow here? Can I be established here? And Lisa went off-road, and I just remember seeing the termite mound just as it was too late. And I flipped the whole four-wheeler, and I actually connected with a fence line. Tore my whole jean, had this massive injury on my leg. Not serious though, just a bit of bruising. But I remember as soon as I actually got up, my biggest concern was, no! My mom is gonna kill me. This is a new denim. I didn't worry about the bleeding or the scarring or the bruising or anything else. That was the biggest thing for me, and all because of a termite mound. But I can't really say that. I have a brain. I decided to go playing in the field. And they really are incredible, even when you're off-roading on safari as well, you have to be so careful. Specifically for the aardvarkels, as well as you referenced, Andrew, they can really do some damage to the vehicles. But that's all part of the fun out here. I really am hoping that I can do a bushwalk here. Hurricane, you would like to know which animal has the strongest sense of smell. Well, for me to answer that correctly, I would have to, understand the pheromone levels of animals that they pick up, the actual senses that they have, which, as I always say, we can interpret as much as we want out here, and we can sort of use our own common knowledge or logic and say, okay, well, this is most probably the case. For me personally, again, this is not proven or anything, just from personal experience. Probably elephants, because they can smell water from really, really, really far away. And as we know, those trunks can do some incredible things. But that being said, an impala can smell a lion or a leopard in the area without seeing it first. So, as can a zebra and other animals, the fact that an animal can smell when another animal is ready to mate and follow that scent for kilometers and kilometers, and I'm not just referencing predators, rhinos that do this, other animals that do this. Isn't that just incredible? But for me personally, just off the top of my head, most probably elephants. But again, all of these animals, baboons, they are also very, very good in terms of the acuteness of their senses. So I think all of these animals, in their own regard, have something to offer, whether it's a better eyesight, better smell, better hearing. I think all of them are really so incredible when it comes to all of those senses. And it saddens me so much that we have lost so much touch with our senses, our smell, our hearing, our sight. When last did you go sit on the grass and just smell everything, especially cut grass? Oh, man. That's probably one of the best smells out there. But just sit on the grass, feel it. Watch the ants and the bugs. And, woo! That springbok got very excited by that. Fresh cut green grass. Or when last did you go out in your garden and just look at the different creepy crawlies there might be right now? Or just literally smell the roses? I think we are so stuck in a rut, we get home, we make food, watch a little bit of TV, go to bed, get up tomorrow morning, go to work, and we do it all over again every single day. But I think it's so important for us. I loved yesterday when Steve on Sunset Safari, he took those flowers and he smelled it and we could hear it. And he tasted the tannins in the leaves. And I think that's so important. I'm not saying walk up to a random bush and taste it. Please don't. Plants too are poisonous, believe it or not. But just when last did you go touch the bark of a tree? Or listen to the calls of the birds? I don't care if you're living in the city, I promise you there are birds around you. This weekend, my boyfriend actually said, "Ooh, listen to the birds. They haven't been here for so long." And I looked at him and I was like, that's not correct, but all right. But again, it's a different experience. It's been raining, so they have been a little bit more silent, but they never left. They're always around. We should just really open ourselves to all of these creatures. King Kong, good afternoon. Thank you for getting in touch with us. You are saying absolutely we should be present and mindful. And truer words have never been spoken, King Kong. We really are. I don't know, it's just like we're existing nowadays. We aren't living anymore. We aren't appreciating the fact that, we can taste things and watch these beautiful animals and listen to all of these beautiful bird calls. We really are not appreciating enough how lucky we are. Because for me personally, King Kong, I don't have children. I do have an 8-year-old niece and she loves nature. But for me personally, I can't with surety and a definite guarantee tell you that she will be able to do this one day in 20 years or in 30 years, as well as the generations after her. Perhaps all of these animals will need to have trackers. It'll have to be more secure, more fenced. Because the sad thing is, and I don't mean to be negative now, but the sad thing is, and I've spoken often about this with regards to rhino poaching, for instance. Even if all of the rhinos are poached, let's say no more rhinos exist, people are not going to stop there. The next best thing will come along, just like lion poaching is a thing, which a lot of people aren't even aware of. Lions are poached and killed, and their paws get cut off, and their organs get taken out, as well as their bones and everything, because that's used for medicinal uses and for aphrodisiacs and all sorts of nonsense. If all of the lions die out, the next best thing will come along. Because as people, we are so focused on the now and what can I have now and how can I make my life better. But we are not seeing the bigger picture and thinking long term of, yes, well, if the rhinos die out, so what? I remember one of my most memorable arguments I had on safari once. A guest said to me, I don't have children, why should I worry about animals? It's not my problem. And I said to him, all right, and if all of the rhinos die out? He said, again, I don't have children, I don't care. I won't live long enough for me to know the problem. And that's the thing, even if all of the rhinos die out tomorrow, it's not going to make a difference the day after tomorrow or in a year. But in 10 years, everything out here, from that tiny, tiny little beetle to that massive elephant, from the springbok to the zebra, from the Egyptian geese to the black rhinos, all of these things are interlinked and connected in an ecosystem which is way bigger than we are and way bigger than we can ever begin to comprehend or even slightly fathom. And it's like a chain falling out of a link. It becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. And if the ecosystem becomes weaker, what happens to us? So I think it's definitely, we should be very much more aware. I challenge all of you, if you have not done it recently, walk out into your garden, whether it's big or small. When you see a tree at a shopping center, which is a very rare sighting, it's like an endangered species nowadays. But if you see that, challenge yourself. What tree is that? Is it an alien species? Is it an endangered species? Because the sad thing is that everything is rapidly changing around us and we are not doing enough about it. You've got all of these massive typhoons that own companies that are, producing more and more and more and more and more plastic by the day. And believe me, I myself am guilty of this. Sadly, not owning a company, but I mean consuming things that come in plastic and all of that. But if one person makes a change, and another person makes a change, and another person, and another, it's going to have this massive effect. I'm sure all of you that have watched either football or rugby games or soccer or whatever sport you are into, when there is an actual audience, even golf or cricket, when there's an audience, if one person is clapping, it doesn't do anything. But if you've got 10, 20,000 people clapping, how incredible is that sound? And it's the exact same effect with all of us. And that doesn't just go for wildlife and animals and all of that. It goes for everything in life, really. I'm sure you are all very, very familiar with Pay It Forward. If you do a kind thing for one person, that person will feel to do another kind thing for someone else. And to an extent, it goes the same for animals. If you teach one person something about animals, that person is going to want to tell someone else, and it spreads like wildfire. And the more you know, the more you are going to want to know, and the more you are going to want to do. Man, this is incredible. It's literally midday. And I was just about to comment on how peaceful it was, zebras. Goodness. Oof. Wee-ya. I kick you in your mouth. Woo! Oh my goodness. And that's what happens. There has to be a show of dominance. There has to be an establishment of who is the bigger male, the strong male. And that's what they do. Zahara, good afternoon. That's an interesting question. Which animal has teeth that never stops growing? Off the top of my head, elephants. Of course, their tusks are modified teeth. And I'm sure many of you have seen some of the late, great, famous tuskers that we had in Kruger and Zimbabwe and Botswana and really all over Africa years ago. But even nowadays, you know, you can still here and there see the beautiful tuskers of Kruger and of other places as well. But tusks are modified teeth. So, of course, they don't necessarily eat with their tusks. However, they do use it to help them feed. So when they are debarking trees or, you know, trying to break a branch or something like that, they definitely do use the tusks. And the interesting thing with tusks and, you know, their dental structure and all of that. So elephants actually have four sets of molars in their mouth. Now, because I was so fortunate to work with elephants up close and personal and, you know, really have some great moments with them and learn all about them, those molars are huge. So it's 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom, and it's all one tooth. Now what happens is, you know, of course elephants eat all sorts of strange things out in the bush, such as bark, roots, branches, thorns. So you can imagine, doesn't matter how big your molars are, that tends to weigh down your teeth. So elephants during their lifetime will have 6 sets of molars. So they get a new set approximately every 10 years or so. And as I say, they wear down as they feed during their lifetime because they eat on really rough materials. So you can imagine the effect that has. And when an elephant dies, for the most cases, it will actually be of starvation. Because remember, elephants already are very poor digesters. You see a lot of their food and a lot of the nutrients still in their dung because they don't digest very well. And so already not being able to eat at all then is definitely going to have an effect. So by the time they've had their 6th set of molars, which is their last set, that gets worn down and wore down and worn down. And by the time that they pass away, for the most part, it's actually of starvation because they can no longer feed. And unfortunately, we haven't thought of false teeth yet for elephants, so so that's not a thing yet. And that is why most elephants then generally die. Of course, it could be of other things as well, injuries or whatever the case is. But for the most part, it's for that reason. But in terms of their tusks never stop growing. Remember, a rhino horn, an elephant tusk, it's basically like of course, as I said, elephant tusk is actual ivory, which is the modified tooth. Rhino horn is keratin, which is hardened hair, just like our nails. Now, with both rhino horn and elephant tusks, it's the exact same as your fingernails. If you keep clipping your fingernails, you are not going to feel it. However, that goes way beyond into their face. Just like our fingernails, your fingernails obviously goes under the skin as well. And if they damage those tusks, it can still continue growing. Of course, if the actual nerve got damaged, whether it's a rhino or an elephant, it may have an effect. But if it's chipped or broken, it will continue growing. So Zahara, I hope that answers your question. I will try to think of some other animals as well, but off of the top of my head, that is the one I can think of. Great stuff. I'm going to send you back to Andrew, who's in Madikwe, so we can see what mischief he is up to.
Thanks, Lisa. So we have a nice group of zebras over here, or nice group of zebra, rather. And let me just grab binoculars, identify the tree. It's probably a stink shepherd's tree with the small leaves. That is a beautiful specimen. Look at that. With the termite mound at the base, as we explained earlier on. You can hear some red-billed oxpeckers, so you can just keep your eyes open on the zebras. You might just see one. And you can actually see the trunk of this shepherd's tree. It's very, very smooth. So we explained that animals do like to use trees as scratching posts, and that one is also a good example, being so nice and polished and smooth. Very protected tree. Now there's a butterfly out here that is very much associated with shepherd's trees, and that is called a brown-veined white. The brown-veined white uses the tree to lay eggs, and then the tree gets pollination. So very much a mutualism going on, symbiosis. They do need each other, and without the shepherd's trees, the brown-veined whites will probably go extinct from the area. So it's very important that the shepherd's trees do remain, so that the brown-veined white can have that symbiotic relationship with the tree. It's a very, very slow-growing tree. I don't know how old this one is. It's very difficult to age. But some of them, they can go a few hundred years old. Okay, Another shepherd's tree with a wildebeest at the base of it. So it's a territorial wildebeest that you're looking at now. He's all alone. In fact, there's no harem that is associated with him. So if he's going to be territorial, he's going to spend quite a bit of time by himself. Now it's interesting that the breeding herds or the roaming herds for the wildebeest, they are exactly what I just mentioned, that they're roamers. And so they're going to walk around through this bushveld from area to area looking for areas that can support them, areas of lack of predation, and so they're always moving around. And the territorial wildebeest needs to defend an area, much like he is doing now. He's sort of in his area. Any other wildebeest bulls that come along here, there's going to be a territorial fight, and there can only really be one. Now it's interesting, if you're going to be a territorial animal, you're going to have a territory, but you're going to be solitary within your territory, you need to put your territory in a very strategic place. So where there's water nearby and where there's lots and lots of grass to eat. Not just for him, but so that the breeding herds and roaming herds, when they come in this area and they look for water and grass to eat, they're going to enter his territory. And when they enter his territory, he's going to mate with as many females as he possibly can within that time frame. But sadly, once the resources become a lot less and not so abundant, the roaming group is going to leave and go look for another area. And by doing that, they go into another male's territory. So it's Mother Nature's way of always making sure that it's never the same male mating with the same harem. Otherwise, you're going to get inbreeding taking place, which is never good. And to avoid that, keep those roaming herds roaming and get them to go into new areas with new males.
Sorry about that. We will try to get Andrew back. As you can see, we've still got some zebras, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of zebras. If I had to estimate right now that we can see, most probably I would say a good 60 around. And they are just loving the water, as you can see. So as you all know, I love a good quiz, and I've been racking my brain on what shall we do a quiz on tomorrow. But I think we have had a lot of practice on the sunset drives. Of course, you know, we have been talking about love and the relationships that animals have. Of course, we'll still be doing so this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon on Sunset Drive. Wild about love. But I thought perhaps I should quiz you tomorrow. And of course, you can quiz me as well. Remember, this is not just a one-way relationship. You guys are more than welcome to ask me some questions as well, or throw a quiz at me as well. Goodness. But I think that is the plan for tomorrow's Escape to Nature. So we can prepare you for the last sunset drive in terms of Wild About Love. But then we can also see what we've learned so far this afternoon. And again, you know, that's with regards to social structures, dynamics, the different types of love you get in the animal kingdom, and all of that. Of course, symbiotic relationships as well. That doesn't just happen with and between animals, but also plants and things. So if you're all keen, we will do that tomorrow. But I suspect we'll probably still have a lot of zebras around tomorrow. However, that being said, you never know. Perhaps we get... This impala just got camera shy. Hi. Perhaps we'll get some rain, and you never know how that is going to once again affect the animals and their movement. And you can see the impalas and the springbok are really taking advantage of all the tiny bits of rhizomes and tubes and little bit of grass there is left. I really cannot believe my eyes. Literally 2-3 weeks ago, it was still fluffy, very, very green. I often wonder when we are watching these animals, whether it's elephants or zebras or springbok, I wish I could actually sort of read their mind, or just, like in the movies, put my finger on their forehead and just see what their journey has been so far. Because again, just like humans, all of them may have the same traits and habits with certain things and social structures and all of that. But all of them have a different journey. There might be numerous zebras here and springbok that have been victims, formerly of lions trying to hunt. I wonder how many of these females have had little ones so far. How many of these stallions that are throwing their tantrums have actually sustained serious injuries this way. And it's possible, it definitely happens. Animals are very resilient, but anything can happen. I used to work with a female lion that as a cub, she broke a foot and she healed. Her foot never actually perfectly healed again, but we could actually see when we were tracking her. We refer to her as sticky nyao, because that means like a broken or an injured leg. Because when she stepped, she actually swayed her foot a little bit. And she's still carrying on, she's still thriving. All of these animals, what has their journey been? How far have they ventured in this park? How old are some of them? A lot of them can be fully grown, but still fairly young. A lot of them can be fully grown and already very old, close to their time. Oh, look at that tiny one. That is a very fragile zebra. And again, this is such a fascinating species for so many reasons, not just because they are the fashionistas of the bush, but in terms of their anatomy as well and the things that they do. Even a zebra foal, you know, they look very odd. Of course, we know, just like springbok, impala, wildebeest, they have these long legs. So they can sort of try and blend in with the rest of the group. But specifically with something like a zebra, if you look at their front inner legs, they've got these calluses, which I like to refer to it as the birthmark. But that is because their front legs are actually tied together in the womb. And then when they are given birth to and they sort of stand up, that leaves that exposed skin on the legs. And you'll see that on all of the zebras. Do yourself a favor and go research that a little bit. Calluses on zebras' front legs. And why and how. And again, you know, this is just our human interpretation. Remember, everything we tell you on Sunset Safari, on Sunrise Drive, on Escape to Nature, Just Nature, all of this knowledge that we've gathered and that we've sort of collected over years and years and years and years of studying these animals, of experiencing them and monitoring them and observing them. And I'm talking way even before my time, not just at Wild Earth, before I was even born. All of this just comes down to our human interpretation. We will never really comprehend and fathom why these animals are so incredible and why it is that they do certain things and behave a certain way and look a certain way. Daniela, you would like to know if I've seen this waterhole with no animals. Believe it or not, I know it's difficult to believe right now, but yes. Not too long ago, actually, we had a good month, or I would even exaggerate as to a month and a half, where there was literally just springbok around. And when I would come in the morning, literally right at the edge of the horizon, just before the tree line, you would see the springbok slowly but surely getting active. But apart from that, well, I'm lying now. Mammals, no. Egyptian geese, our beautiful Egyptian goose family is always here. The mother and the father and their 6 goslings, or teenagers we should actually say by now, or juveniles. But they are always here. But in terms of actual mammal activity, it has been quiet, yes, Daniela. And that's why we are so happy and thrilled about all of this. But as I've been mentioning quite a couple of times, you know, it's really sort of an internal battle for myself. Because I'm super thrilled about this. But this in itself tells me that there's not a lot of water holes filled in the rest of the park. Now, even though some of the water holes are man-made, again, we will only go to that extent if it's really, utterly necessary. So for our sake, it's wonderful, you know, it's booming, it's busy. But in terms of rainfall, the animals definitely need the rainfall. You can look at these, these poor impala and springbok. They are eating soil by now. And luckily, all of these animals are very resilient. They will go for other forms of vegetation as well if they need to. But it has happened, yes, Daniela. And I don't hope it happens soon again. However, that being said, as I say, I can't wish for rain and, you know, still hope to have all of the animals around. When it rains, everything changes. Animals move to different places. They smell different nutrients in food. They might smell different water holes. This type of scene we literally have probably not seen in a good month and a half with all of these zebras. Every now and again we would see 1 or 2 odd zebras, but in terms of this many zebras all at once, which we have been experiencing for the past few days, this has not been a common sighting. And if you are a frequent viewer on Escape to Nature, you will definitely agree with me. But in terms of, a lot of the other animals as well, elephants, it's been months since they've been here. Lions, it's been months. Black rhino, they come every now and again. Last week we had a beautiful black rhino, literally as it was becoming dark, grazing right below the dam camera. Which is odd because for the most part they are browsers, so they like their leaves. But I think that rhino just decided, a lot of scrumptious food around. Let me take full advantage right now. But hopefully. But if you are someone that perhaps monitors this camera other times of the day as well, as much as I would love to, I can't unfortunately monitor it 24/7. But if you know of other sightings, or if you want to perhaps share other sightings with me that you've had on this beautiful camera, or perhaps you've been here yourself, definitely do send those through. And it's very interesting. Most of the zebras are sort of entering from the right and then exiting on the left. So I think they probably make these rotations. Come to the water, leave, feed a little bit, come back to the water. Honey Badger, good afternoon. Good to hear from you. You are saying that I missed 3 rhinos early this morning. No! Man, you see, that's the thing, like, I really, I want to be so invested in everything, not just Okokoyo, there's a lot of other cameras as well that I like to try and follow, but even with regards to our safaris and everything, I really want to see absolutely everything, but unfortunately I am human and I have to sleep. But that is brilliant. Thank you for letting me know about that, and it's good to know that they do still then come around, and of course they will, but specifically with your black rhino, they aren't really fond of being around other animals and other people. They tend to sort of just do their thing, carry on. They really are magnificent animals. But that is wonderful to know. Thank you so much, Honey Badger. And again, all of the rhinos in this national park, they have eyes on them at all time. Which is so sad to think, that we have to actually do that. Make sure the animals are okay and babysit the animals. It really is so sad and heartbreaking when you think about it. But they do, and it's for their safety. But I'm so, so happy that you got to see them, Honey Badger. And just to give you an update with regards to the lions in Juma at Gowrie Dam, we suspect they are still around, but of course the sun has decided to come out a little bit now, so they won't really get active now. However, you never know. You never ever know, but we are keeping an eye on it. The zoomies are helping us out, so if I see any movement, I will definitely let you know. But it's been fairly quiet in Juma in terms of mammal activity. You know, we've heard a lot of bird calls, but it's been quite tricky to spot them as well. And again, that is all weather related. For me personally, I think rain really does change so many things. And it's always for the good of the animals and for the bush and everything. Not ideal for us if you are looking for jam-packed safari. But luckily we know that they are hopefully still there, and hopefully we can find them this afternoon on Sunset Safari. Cole, you would like to know if there are any rehabilitation programs for zebras. Or if I rehabilitate. No. I will never rehabilitate zebras. That is, I'm sorry, that's where I draw the line. I had a one-day series in my life of that, and it was not the best day of my life, I'm not going to lie. No, they are very, very feisty animals. But with regards to rehabilitating, so of course when you look at your organizations and your orphanages and projects for animals that are out there, it's specifically right now focused on endangered and threatened animals. So zebras, that is not really the case. But as I say, you never know. People are crazy. You never know when it becomes a thing that people now decide, okay, well, this is the new craze of the day. But no, there are no specific zebra rehabilitation centers out there, if that answers your question. If you're asking if I rehabilitate zebras, no. As I say, that's a no for me. They are adorable little creatures, but they are really it's not something you want to try and domesticate. A lot of people say, no, but you can ride a zebra. You can't. According to their anatomy, their backs are not made to support extra weight. Number one. Number two, why would you want to try and ride a zebra? But you never know. Perhaps earlier on in the olden ages, that is what people did. They rode zebras and elephants to work. Not that I really think there was a work back then. Or just to the neighbors or wherever they were traveling to. I always think, when I think of things like that, I think of that movie, The Croods. You know, all of these weird creatures and things that they have, and sometimes they ride them, and that was actually a very, very, very big misconception when I was working at Disney. Not just from, American residents. Of course, Disney World gets visitors from all over. And people would often ask me, specifically people that, of course, have not been to Africa yet. You know, do you live amongst lions? Do you ride zebras to work? And I can understand that, because Africa is seen as this rural place, specifically if you are in our position, that some of the naturalists do actually live amongst lions. Not cuddle with them, but they do live amongst them technically. But that was so, so wonderful, being able to share my experience, my knowledge, and all of that with everyone that has not yet had the opportunity to actually come to Africa. Ooh, FC, if we can. I'm so sorry about this. Can we try to go to Djuma if it's possible? There were just 2 jacanas that were mating. Oh, man. I'm so sorry about that. Of course, I've got my eye on the Djuma Dam Cam as well, and one of our Zoomies is helping us out. But they were literally 2, I think it was mating. 2 jacanas mating. We're going to see if we can get it back, because I actually just wanted to go over for the jacana, and then another one appeared. So hopefully we can show you this. We'll try to see what we can do from our side. They obviously got the love memo. And if that was in fact the case, I've never seen that in my life. Just bear with us. We are just trying to see what we can do. Hopefully I can show you my favorite bird.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Thank goodness we caught up with it. I'm not sure where the other one is now, but you can see that slight movement of that brown bird in the grass. That is what we call an African jacana. Now, it is by far one of my favorite birds. Not just in terms of their actual looks, but also in terms of their social mannerisms. So they are polyandrous. Birdie, please don't go behind the bush. Goodness. Asseblief. I'll just see if I can get the other one again. But they are polyandrous. Now what that means is the female is a bit of a loosey-goosey. She literally just has the male mate with her, and then she will lay the eggs, and then she'll say, all right, thank you, ta-ta, on to the next one. So the male actually rears the little ones, raises them. And I'm not sure, oh man, I wish I could show all of you that. It literally happened so quickly, and I'm not sure if it was mating, but it was definitely an attempt. There was another one around, and there was a little bit of display going on with the male moving around her, and then he hopped onto the back. And now it's over. We'll see if we can catch up with them again, hopefully. Oh, sorry about that. Luckily you got to see the bird briefly. Unfortunately we have lost our Juma feed, but we will see if we can get it back. But that really was brilliant. I'm just glad that I got to show you the birdie. If you are not too familiar with them, please do yourself a massive favor and go research African jacana. They are the most adorable birds in terms of, as I say, their social structure. The males that raise the chicks, often there's been a lot of photographs from wildlife photographers that actually got that on camera. I've never seen it, but the male carrying the chicks under his wings. So you just see this bird, and it's got a lot of wings coming, or a lot of legs coming from the wings. And he's just sort of strolling on, taking care of the chicks because mom has left the nest and she's moved on to the next male. I can't get over that now. If it was in fact what I think it was, I do apologize if you missed it, or that you missed it, not if you missed it, that you missed it, but there was definitely a quick attempt at mating between two African jacanas and Djuma, and I've never seen that before in my life. And they really are just beautiful birds. I know we didn't get to see that one all that well now, but they've got this beautiful coloration to them: white, yellow, blue, that red brown. And they are known for what they do. People call them the groottoon in Afrikaans, which means big toe or bigfoot, because they walk on water lilies. So often it'll seem like they're also walking on water. But they really have these large feet, which of course enables them to be able to walk on the lilies and move around that way. We only have a little bit of time left for today. So if you have any last questions for myself, please. Ooh, gosh, I still. I should not have thought that out loud. I still owe Andrew an animal call. Tell you what. The first 3 suggestions that I get, I will try to imitate them. Please don't make it too difficult. But I will wait to hear for the first three suggestions from all of you. Which animal call would you like me to imitate before the end of Escape to Nature? And I will try my very best to do that. I can't promise anything though. I really have lost my touch. Nadine, you weren't allowed to give suggestions. Honey badger. Tell you what, how about you do a honey badger and then I will do. No, I'm kidding. Let me quickly just refresh my memory on what they sound like. Just give me a sec. I know what they sound like. I hear it in my head, but for my brain to connect that with my mouth right now seems impossible. So just give me a minute. Thank you, Nadine. You are much appreciated. Oh my goodness, this is going to probably be the end of my career. So honey badgers, for those of you that don't know, we actually have a viewer with that name as well, which I love. Honey badgers are very tenacious and vicious animals, and they are known, to take on lions and to defend themselves against lions. I'm trying to still make the connection from my brain to my mouth. But it's sort of like a hissing noise mixed with a growl, mixed with you've got something stuck in your throat. So it's sort of like a something like that. But it's a that one I did not do justice, that much I know. But if you are not familiar, definitely go research them. They are very interesting animals. And again, they do not back down for anything. Not a neurotoxic snake, not a pride of lions, even elephants. I've seen some amazing footage of them taking on an elephant. They really do stand their ground. But yes, thank you for that, Nadine. It was lovely to work here. But no, please send me a realistic suggestion, like a lion or jackal or anything like that. And I will most definitely probably do a better job. Exactly. It's impossible. How do you... I think we should ask the naturalist this afternoon on safari to try and imitate. Yes, let's do that for the challenge this afternoon on Sunset Drive. What does a honey badger sound like? I definitely know that was the first and the last time for myself to try and do a honey badger call, or whatever it is that they do. And I don't think that's a call. That's a curse or a swear. Andrew is asking me to do either the vervet or the baboon call. I can do both of those. So vervet monkey and I do well, nothing can be as bad as the honey badger ever again in my life. Vervet monkeys, of course, when they are alarm calling, when they see a predator or anything like that, or even a snake, they will alarm call, which sounds like this. And then a baboon sounds like, oof, this is going to be a bit loud. But this is what a baboon sounds like. Bah! And those are those two, Andrew. But you guys are getting ridiculous now. I would like a proper suggestion from one of our viewers, because I know they won't be that cruel to me. No, it's the baboon and the vervet monkey is fairly easy. Honey badger, oh my soul. I would love to see if our naturalists can do this or do that this afternoon on Sunset Safari, but we'll see. You never know. But let me know. We only have a few minutes left of Escape to Nature while we are watching and waiting for the animals. Let me know what call you would like. FC, you are not allowed to participate. I apologize. You have been disqualified from this game, or whatever it is that we are doing. Starbuck, good afternoon. It's so good to hear from you again. I hope you two have been doing some of the calls like yesterday with the zebra. But thank you, I appreciate that. My mother will not think I'm gifted. She will think I have a screw loose. That was always the funniest thing when I was still actively guiding. You know, you are, for 6 weeks, you are in the bush consecutively. Not going home every now and again. 6 weeks you are in the bush talking to animals and of course your colleagues from time to time. But mostly with the animals and your guests. And we don't get out a lot. So I think I lost a few screws back then. And I think really any naturalist, I'm sure you've seen many of our naturalists. Taylor, Tess, of course, Mr. James Henry. All of us, there's something cray-cray about us, but that is what makes us us. I think any wildlife enthusiast, for that matter, is probably a little bit on the wild side. But yes, when I went back home for my 2 weeks leave, and I would make calls like that for my niece, when she was still very, very tiny, my mom would literally walk in the living room and just have like sort of this blank stare and just walk back out of the room thinking, oh gosh, I should have forced you to go study to become a teacher or a lawyer or a doctor or something. But alas, here we are. And now this is what I do. So let me know, what animal call shall we do last before the end of Escape to Nature? Ooh, I can also, one I'm very good with, is a jackal. So this is what a black-backed jackal sounds like. And that one I practiced a lot, because I used to work in a reserve where they had these open plains and we had a lot of jackals. And at one time, it became so severe that I really needed to get out. Obviously, that I had conversations with jackals. I would respond to them, they would respond to me, and the guest literally thought like, no, this is all staged. This is not possible. This is not wild animals. But it happened. So at one stage, I got very good at it. But I have not been in the bush for years now, so I definitely have to brush up on some of my calls and my communications with them. Now that I'm thinking about it, my better half is actually very lucky, because when we go to a restaurant or something, I always listen out for bird calls, and I pull out my bird app and sit there and talk to the animals or the birds. But at least I'm not walking around pretending to be a honey badger. Can you imagine the looks we would have gotten then? That would be way worse. So he can count himself lucky. It could have been a lot worse. Alrighty, I'm going to send you to Andrew. Andrew, if you are listening, please tell us what a honey badger sounds like.
Oh goodness, Lisa, you really have got me on that one. I don't think I've ever heard a honey badger. Rian, have you ever heard one? Yeah, I think I must actually go back. I've never heard a honey badger make a sound, so I'm not actually quite sure what it sounds like. But to make it up to you, I will try and mimic a secretary bird. I think You all know me and the secretary bird from Amakala. We got on very well there. So I think it's just fitting that we try and mimic that one. I hope that's okay, Lisa. So I'm going to try it, but I'm not going to get it 100% right. And when I'm finished doing it, what I can suggest is all of you that are listening, what you must do is you must go onto your phones and just see if you can search what it actually sounds like. And it's an incredibly, the best way to describe a secretary bird's call, it sounds like a monster. That is the best way to describe it. And it's almost like this. That is very similar to what a secretary bird sounds like. Can you believe it? That is the sound that they make. It's not 100%, of course, but it is the best I can do. Right. So we have some beautiful tree bark over here. It's a Tamboti tree. Now I want you to study the bark of this tree. And this is by far one of the trees in the bushveld that you ought to get to know, especially if you're going to spend time in the bushveld. Now for humans, this tree is very, very poisonous. This tree is so poisonous that if you decide you want to make a barbecue or what we call a braai, and you collect some firewood and you light that firewood, just inhaling the smoke is going to make you incredibly nauseous. It's going to maybe even cause vomiting in some worst case scenarios. But if you do manage to actually eat any meat that has been where Tamboti wood has been used to cook the meat, if you eat that meat, you're going to get a very violent secondary poisoning. And in some cases, there has been known cases of death where people have actually died from poisoning from Tamboti trees, which is very interesting because for the animals, elephants and porcupines, they absolutely love them. An elephant has got no problem eating a Tamboti tree, and a porcupine enjoys ring barking these trees, eating the cambium, lots of minerals in that cambium. Very interesting. Now, at a certain time of the year, these little beans grow, and there is a small insect that gets into that bean. And often enough, if that bean is on the ground and the sun is shining on that bean, the insect in the bean is feeling very uncomfortable. It's getting hot in there. So they literally bounce the bean. They bounce it until they can find some sort of a shadier little patch where it's going to be a bit more comfortable. So it almost gets the nickname the jumping beans or magic beans. And that's coming from a Tamboti tree. It's very interesting. And do you like river lines and drainage lines? That's where you're likely to find them growing. So if there's water nearby, typically Tamboti trees are growing there. It's always a privilege to see trees like this. The last time I saw a Tamboti tree was when I did my interview about 6 months ago at Juma. Some of you remember that. And I saw Tamboti trees, and prior to that I hadn't seen them in almost 7 years because of the area that I was in doesn't have Tamboti trees. There we go. So at some point, if we do manage to find a ring-barked tree made by porcupine, I'll definitely show it to you. But porcupines tend to damage these trees where they can die because they do ring bark the cambium. And as we know, cambium contains the transportation tubes, what we call xylem and phloem, and that's minerals going down the plant and moisture going up the plant through the xylem and phloem. Now, if an animal comes along like an elephant or a porcupine, they are going to, if they do ring bark the tree, then the tree cannot transport minerals and fluids up and down the plant, and therefore it slowly dies. Very interesting. In fact, there's a lot of projects in South Africa where invasive non-indigenous trees, some projects they actually ring bark those trees and then they will die and fall over, so it will kill the tree.